Luckily, while I did capture the entire countdown in the audio format, that part doesn't go on YouTube. Hi, Internet. Welcome back to Rain. I hope you're ready to be here for another 5 hours.
I'm excited to
Do
be
this.
here.
Give or take the edit compression. Before we do that, though, I like to start these by reminding you the episode is brought to you by our patrons. Sorry, had to clear my nose and throat a little second there. Snork Me is not a patron. Anyway, shout out to our patrons like I'm Heartblack G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Spirit, Jeremy Vasquez, JDV9000, Justifake, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kester, Rise of Kenya, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. If you like what we do want to see some more, consider supporting us on Patreon. It's super cool.
Yeah.
You get to hear Lucky drop an F-bomb in the first 5 seconds. Only on Patreon. I don't know if that's a really good ad for the Patreon or not, but we'll see. Anyway.
If you want to hear Lucky
Aren,
swear
there's
3
no
times
vote in
as
it
much, that's how much swearing I put in those first few seconds. You guys don't understand.
Anyway, clap my hands. We are reigning. We are back with Noblesse Oblige. It is the boys of House Logi. And we are just about to wrap up your first day in town before we get to the proper Festival of the Rising Dragon. But when we last left off, in addition to a couple of other conversations we were having, one, Inos, was going to wiggle his way out of the house and out in the town.
Yeah.
So, Inos, you are sneaking out?
Yes.
I would like for you to make me a stealth roll.
Very well, then. Let me see here. What did I put my stealth at? Let's see, I am 3 coordination, 2 stealth.
We're going to begin by seeing if Lucky makes a match.
So, let's see here. Poly, 5d10. No, that's not a match.
10 high. About what time would you be trying to scroll your way out?
Oh.
Assume a 24-hour day, as usual.
Oh, probably. If we're using the 24-hour, probably anywhere between like 2300 to 0100.
Okay, so willing to go pretty late. I will say, most people would probably not be up past midnight. Though some of them may, depending on their jobs, get up in what we would think of as early in the morning. But 9 o'clock-ish. What was that? Actually, I suppose that depends on when they start counting. Right?
Oh, excuse me.
That could be like 23rd bell. Do we start with no bells at midnight? Food for thought. I'll think on it later. But yeah, in that case, it's probably late enough that nobody with authority in the house is up.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is taking a well-deserved rest. Like I said, you rolled like a 10 and a 6 high. There's no like... Actually, I double check. I don't think Rain uses a critical failure, but some versions of One Roll Engine have you like botch it if you roll no matches and don't get anything above a 5. But you've got some, like I said, 10 high. Not the worst height in the world. But you're not used to this building, the Torchlight Hall.
Nope. First time being here.
Yeah. So they got some creaky floors. They got some creaky windows. And actually, if I remember rightly from last session, I believe you were planning on maybe going out your big window.
Yes.
Yeah. You swing wide the shutters with a...
Big ones right there.
Yeah. And you lean your head out maybe to take in the night air. It is a little cloudy. It's probably like a half moon. As you do, you see a couple of patrolling footmen in the garden, kind of like tilt their hats up and be like, "Excuse me, Master Inos, you all right over there?"
And so, how loud were they speaking?
Quiet. They don't wake anybody up. These are, your footmen or your men at arms.
Are they footmen? Are they footmen who came with us, or have they been here already? Like, would I know them?
Let's
It's like convincing lads that I know who might know me.
Yeah, sure. They were probably among your cadre of servants on the boat.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm just trying to think. It's all like, Enos would be like, hold that thought, gents. And, he'll swing himself out over the window and, scramble down.
Yep, you can do that. I will not make you roll. You have a mastery die in climbing.
Mm-hmm. Enos will land on the the ground floor, dust himself off a little bit. It's all like, oh, I just decided to go kip out on the night for a bit of time. See the sights when I don't have so many eyes on me.
The two servants kind of look left, look right, kind of arch an eyebrow. Yeah, this would be some sort of social role.
Oh, what would it be?
Good. Oh my god, dude. Fucking Adobe.
Unfortunately, Enos is probably veiled right now. Cloaked and veiled, because he's
Fascinate, maybe.
I don't know. I guess.
Or you could be haggling with them.
No, haggling usually involves some sort of deal or something.
Maybe pleading?
No, I'm not pleading. I'm gonna go do this because that's what I do.
If you want to charm, seduce, recruit, persuade, or simply amuse, it is fascinate. So please roll me charm plus fascinate.
Fascinate is also fast. Okay.
It took me harder to find that because even though I told it whole words only, Adobe doesn't know how to read PDFs. They are dumb. It's a dumb program made by dum-dums.
Polly.
Yes, fascinate is most of your perfectly normal stuff.
Son of a bitch!
Is that another straight?
No, I got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9.
Well, you did get a 69. Nice. However, this does not persuade these guys. They kind of like look back at you, look back at themselves, and are kind of like, oh, well, one of them like rubs his neck. Well, man, that's all well and good then, isn't it? But, is we're not supposed to be wandering the town, It's not polite.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Do I
how are you dressed to sneak out? I should ask, I guess. I know you're veiled right now, but like
I have my cloak, hood,
Okay.
I'm not actually wearing fine clothes. I'm wearing, I'm just wearing normal ass clothes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've put any points in like expert or anything yet, but you have plans to, work on smithing and stuff. So you probably have some like rough spun like, trousers and tunic and stuff for doing work.
Mm-hmm.
So, you do look the part, but they kind of look you up and down, and one of them kind of like gestures vaguely at your forehead region, and it's kind of like, mention, sir, you're very subtle, but messieurs, but it would cause quite a stir if you be seen. The other guy chimes in, not to mention the mistress would probably be a little annoyed. She likes to run a clean house, that one. Yeah, quite right. So you're, sadly, Enos, as persuasive as you are, your appeals are falling on the ears of men who like having jobs. Hey, would everybody else like to roll me a hearing roll real quick? Sense plus hearing.
Sure.
Wait, what time is it?
Dark.
Dark o'clock.
Midnight-ish.
Like,
They've passed.
like 12-ish?
Yeah, it's probably like 11 or 12.
Okay, then yeah, I'd still be up.
Why?
I don't know if you're up.
I'm reading.
I just know Leslok has just good hearing.
I got so many new
regardless.
alchemy books. You kidding me?
Yeah, you've also been like spent like 3 weeks on ship without a decent fucking bed. Do you really want to squander that for more reading?
I mean,
That's a
also,
good
I would like to
point.
remind everybody we are technically a pre-industrial society. Admittedly, you guys are nobles, so you are known for being late sleepers. Some of you do have morning shit to do.
No,
I have a 1, so it's like vaguely.
no. Lucky, this is what would happen. I know because this is just me, and I've had this experience. It's like, all right, I'm gonna go to bed at 10. Why is it midnight?
No, that's fair.
I
All
didn't
right.
hear you anyway.
Yeah.
So
Nicola is either too busy reading or too busy sleeping. Actually, this is a good question. This is a good role-playing question. Leslok,
has
you're also
fallen
up on the
asleep in a
you're also
book.
up on the second floor. You're probably pretty close to the master suite. Would you sleep with your shutters closed or open?
Closed 100%.
Well, I'm asking Leslok.
I'm
Oh,
imagining.
Leslok.
What kind of shutters are they?
Wooden slat, I'm assuming.
Yeah, wooden slats. They're probably pretty heavy because again, this place is built with a very
I-
distinct Norlan architecture.
I have a wooden slat like thing to my left of my like computer, so I'm just thinking about. I assume it's angled where it's like facing where I can look down through them.
No.
I don't know. Oh, just completely
Honestly,
closed.
I would think they'd
Pretty
be
open, yeah.
open. Like, you probably want some of that night air, otherwise it might get a little warm in here.
Yeah, it's hot.
It's probably like 2/3 down where it's open, but like
No,
the light
not. Those are you're talking about blinds. Those don't exist yet. Shutters.
Shutters. You
Shutters.
know, the thing that, slam open when every woman, busts out of them.
Well, yeah, that too. But yeah, shutters. So do you have your shutters open or closed?
I think I have it open just because there's airflow.
In that case, then with two, oh, whoop, dropped one. With a pair of ones, Leslok, you're sleeping. You're probably sleeping a little light. There's a lot of stuff going on. You're thinking about tomorrow, and also you may be reflecting on things that happened in the day. You can, with two ones only, just very faintly hear the low murmurs of conversation between a couple of people out in the garden. One of them might be Inos, or that could just be your imagination.
I think Leslok. I think he's been asleep for like 2 hours, so it's like it's early enough where it's like he wasn't like deep enough where he'd be like groggy, but it's like like and like
Roll
I
your
think
bread,
go-
shift blankets.
goes to like I think like adjust himself to like hear it. Can't hear it more. Then I guess goes to the shutters. See if he
Anyway,
hears
Enos,
anything else.
You're in that case, Enos, continue your conversation with these footmen.
Mm-hmm. Anos, will just, shrug and, flip his hood over his horns and just be like, I don't plan on, gallivanting in the middle of the street. I just want to get a better lay of the land. I'll just be gone no longer than a bell, I promise.
I think at this point we're in making a plead roll.
Oh, I don't have plead, but I guess I'll just roll dice.
And roll your charm. You're just in like, what? You'll be out for a little bit. Nothing bad will happen to little old me.
He's never seen again.
I don't think this falls under my mission duty or craving. So I did exclamation point roll, then typed exclamation point Polly. I am great at this.
Only one of those.
Lucky, I could offer you nothing but sympathy.
Oh, so on 4 dice, I'm not surprised, but man, I've made 3 rolls and none of them hit.
Nope. And it's just like, oh, I understand. So maybe next night, is there supposed to be some big breakfast in the morning? Too right. Yeah, maybe we can, the guys are not necessarily unsympathetic. You've been cooped up in a boat for them for a while. I'm sure they understand your need for night air. One kind of, tugs at his pointy little beard and it's like, maybe we the lads can go out for a drink, not like late at night, but like early in the night, maybe. Leslok, if you're like listening out your window, you can It's a soft conversation, but there's not a lot of ambient noise, so you can probably hear this. But yeah, Enos, the guys are not necessarily budging right now.
Well, I've tried fascinate, I've tried pleading. I am not an intimidator, so I think the only thing left I would have is bribing them. But these seem like good chaps, and I don't want to necessarily get them in trouble. So
Damn father's ability to hire competent guards.
I know, right? Damn it, big
It's
head.
funny. You know them, so they like you. So they don't want you to do something dumb, but they're also not just rude enough to just be like, go back to bed or I'll thump you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we could stay on the
Well,
ground, just don't go
Inos
further.
will just sigh in defeat and just be like, fine. It's like just like the Lord Marshal, Logi is the Lord Marshal, right?
Yep.
Just like the Lord Marshal to hire competent guards, am I right?
You say pride in our work, sir?
That you do. Very well, my good sirs. You have caught me a vagabond in the night. I shall return to my room for now.
You need an answer? Now looking up at the, log and stone slat wall.
No, I'll be fine. Carry on. And Enos will just scramble back up.
All right. No roll for the climb. Do make me a sense plus sight roll. You do not have any penalties because dark vision.
I don't have any sight. And my sense is what, 2?
You can roll 2 dice.
I'm gonna roll 2 dice. That's pretty high.
Well,
Almost.
close, but no. You do not notice the shadowy figure of Leslok leaning back from his shuttery window as you scuttle back up into your own.
I think he's gonna close the shutter a little bit, and then go back to.
Seems fair. Alrighty. Enos, I assume you are also going to sleepus.
Yes, I will go to sleepus.
Excellent, cool. Everybody sleeps. Which is good because now you must face your ultimate challenge, as written in my notes. The first challenge is waking up early for the royal breakfast. Strictly speaking, in this time period, if you guys don't have anything to do with your lives as nobles, it's not uncommon for you guys to take breakfast normally at like 9 o'clock, dare I say 10 o'clock, perhaps even 11s.
Whoa, decadent.
But because that's to say nothing, the really, really haughty nobles might even go so far as to not break their fast until the afternoon. But that's probably pretty uncommon.
Audible gasp.
But because the royal breakfast is going to be a morning meal that will be semi-formal, you are getting up early, especially as the Lord Marshal is supposed to handle announcements and introductions for the king. So Leofric wants to be there right away when it starts. So your plan is to go first thing. It's probably, 7th or 8th bell. Everybody, gets into their outfits and is bundled into the carriages.
Woo.
We discussed
you
a
don't
little
have to
off
make a
mic to
check
remind
to wake
everybody.
up on time.
No, I won't be that bad to you. The servants will force you away.
Yeah, I'm about to say, we got servants. Like, this is something I did want to mention. I know that we are, modern men and stuff, but we have to think that we are nobles, and we have to be used to, relying on servants for things like waking up, bathing, dressing, stuff like that.
Yeah, I did mention this. You have unknown numbers of squires, pages, footmen, and men-at-arms, so if you ever need a guy for something, you probably have, your own personal valets and stuff. Just, say what you need. Men and or women. You also have, maids and cooks as well will appear.
I totally have a personal maid. She was my first love. Alas,
Nicola,
she was betrothed to another. Oh,
Nicola is probably uncomfortable using the maids and servants here.
well, you could have probably brought some that made you comfortable. Like, we traveled with them.
Yeah, a small pack would have gone with you on the sea journey. As
Okay.
just for the fact that, like, for instance, you know, Lady Maja is like the second-born daughter of a high house. She is probably not used to traveling without accompaniment of some servants. Even if House Eich is known for being a little rough around the edges than some of the others, you know, she would still be
Gotcha.
used to, you know, a couple of you know, handmaids and attendants. Similarly, you know, you guys have a scuffle full of pages and squires around. Like I said, valets for shoes and stuff. So yeah, if you are not ready to be awake, you will be trundled awake by somebody.
I probably do. I probably do have a personal like someone to help me get dressed that I've had for a long time just because of my disability.
Yeah, a valet.
Yeah.
I can run them up a name if you like.
I'll figure it out.
Alright.
I have a Gaelic name.
I have spots for names and stuff, so I can slide that in. Brookie. As discussed off mic, I was gonna say this earlier. It's semi-formal, so you have a variety of choices for dining. If you were dining in your own privacy of your own home, you know, you would probably still dress for breakfast. You know, you have to be polite, but it's not near as much as a formal dining situation. So, you can attend this breakfast, you know, in just shirt sleeves and waistcoat, maybe like a breakfast robe as a throw. You might wear an overcoat and then take it off when you get there, that kind of thing.
How goes
You know,
just rolled
lots
up
of nice
sleeves?
breakfast gowns and frocks for the ladies. So you guys are bundled into the carriage and head for the Palace of the Dawn, the royal family's estate in the capital. The Palace of Dawn is an expansive, sprawling complex. It has roughly grown to fit the administrative needs of the royal family over the years in the city. You know, in a place like Chateau Dragon, you know, the actual stronghold of the royal family, you only have so much space for stuff. Whereas the Palace of the Dawn is much more palatial. So you guys are being directed to the breakfast room. Yes, we have a dedicated breakfast room. It's not a grand hall, but it's pretty big. You probably, you know, your carriage goes up the main carriageway walk. There are, you know, palace servants there to open the doors, help everybody out. You know, a footman will guide you to where you need to go. And so the breakfast room is pretty sizable. It has a series of large windows designed to catch the morning light. It looks out over the Princess Bianca Memorial Gardens, which are very lovely. You see hedges, flowers, etc. A few statues. The room is pretty, you know, plush, deep carpeting, several decorative, you know, banners and tapestries, a decent collection of historical portraits. You see there, you know, little clusters of tables, which are marked with little, you know, plaques that have your house sigils on them. Though it does not appear that there is a very strict seating arrangement. And there is a large modern-style table which has multiple breakfast courses served on it, so you can take your choice of food. There's sweet rolls, savory biscuits, sausage links, Norland boar bacon, freshly cut fruit, boiled eggs, smoked herring, porridge, appropriate drinks, you know,
Holy shit.
lemon water, tea, etc.
Damn, I'm gonna load on some protein. Let me get some of that bacon. Let me get some of that boiled egg. Some sweet rolls and biscuits. Sweet and savory, baby.
Yeah.
So you say you said the seating arrangement is kind of informal?
Yes, it does look like there's a series of like round tables clustered up that have your house symbols on them, so probably where you're supposed to congregate, but there's obviously like enough room for people to sit and move around. At the, I guess we'd say the head of the room by a like small fireplace for if there was a wintry breakfast, sits His Royal Highness, the good king, Roderick Hotroy. He's sitting in the sun.
Photosynthesizing, clearly.
Yes. So naturally, all of you will be, you know, run up there first before you can get your food. Damn it, to meet the king. Well, he is the host, you know, it's only polite.
But my
He's sitting in a pleasant spot. He's surrounded by the royal children. Sitting in the sun. He's enjoying a solid fresh cup of red leaf. Red leaf root, by the way, comes from the Shattered Cauldron. The taste profile would be like chicory, but it actually has caffeine in it.
Oh,
Chicory root is said to be similar to coffee, but doesn't normally have caffeine, so this is your, coffee substitute.
red leaf.
King Roderick is, as you might expect, fairly, like I said, formal casual dressed, waistcoat, shirt sleeves, got a button out of his collar. He's not wearing like a crown or any other like major regalia, though he does have a lovely fur trimmed deep crimson cloak kind of thrown over his shoulders. You can see his age in our Dramatis Personae, so he's in his mid to late 40s, getting up there in age, starting to have a little bit of silver creep into the edges of his normally, bright red gold hair. Got a closely trimmed beard. And, he's sitting up drinking. And he's like, Lord Marshal, so good to see you this morning. This, of course, is your lovely family and guests.
Deep bow.
Deep bows.
Gracious, no. I trust you not to embarrass yourself in front of the king.
No.
I don't know. You remember last session?
I will not embarrass myself in front of the king.
Do my best to be proper.
The king, of course, uses his royal prerogative to remain seating, though he does offer you each a, polite nod of the head in turn.
Woo.
In particular, Inos, he does, single out a very deliberate nod of the head to you.
Mm-hmm.
Master Inos, my good man. It's been quite some time since your people have been in the capital. I hope you're finding everything to your liking.
Since he's addressed me, I am free to address him back, correct?
Yes.
Yes. It's like, Enos will bow his head. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Thanks to the efforts of House Logi, your people and I are coming ever closer together, and we hope to further solidify this relationship in the many moons to come.
A polite and erudite speaker, of course. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you'd been trained in some of our lovely studiums. Tell me, Lord Logi, is that old so-and-so Conti still rattling around? Yes, your Majesty. Conti came with us, though he is attending other matters at present. Of course. Good man with a song or sword. He's all right. Now, sorry, I'm forgetting myself. The privileges of age. Yes. Now, unfortunately, my good lady, Her Majesty the Queen, is run off to the Espada estate to round everybody up. But, of course, I hope you have met my delightful children. And then the king runs down the line. Prince Aelius is here. He is polite enough to note that he has been introduced, but, you may further observe.
Mm-hmm.
It runs down to the second prince, Menas, who you have not met yet. The second prince is kind of like, you would say, the seeming opposite in demeanor to his older brother. As mentioned before, Prince Aelius has that very classic Haltroy coloring, red gold hair, green gold eyes. Menas is a couple of shades paler than his siblings, but he has his mother's, very dark black hair and silvery eyes, steely glance. And he seems a little more freewheely, a little more loose in his conversation. When he he would stand to give you a jaunty little bow.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Aelius would just give a solemn nod upon reiterating he's already introduced.
Can I make a vibe check on Prince, the one we've already met?
Alias? Sure. You can.
Yeah, I wanted to
empathize him.
check if he's nervous.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm gonna figure out if the fucking spy master's nervous. I'm gonna be real.
I'm not either, but
Roll empathy. We'll see if you get anything.
Oh, empathy. Oh.
Yes, that's right. It's
Right.
sense plus empathy to read people socially. You're not good at this. By the way, introductions continue to the Princess Estelle, though the king does note that he is sure you've already met her, having met his lovely lady wife. She gets up and curtsies. A new introduction, though, is you are introduced to Princess Estelle's lady-in-waiting, who is her cousin,
How that works.
Paloma Espada.
You need to add a 1d3, my dude.
Don't worry. I'm well aware.
Also, yeah, it's not D3s. Yeah, you got 3D10s. None.
No.
Look at that
The
369
prince is
though.
an enigma.
369. Damn, she fine. Better come on with him one more time.
Okay.
The crown prince is a mystery wrapped in an enigma, and also he's kind of hot. he's just sitting in like shirt sleeves rolled up in a waistcoat right now, but he's rocking it.
All right, cool. He is also rolling sleeves rolled up. Fuck yeah.
This is what I
mean,
get.
this is a reoccurring thing. Most people were going to be somewhat hot.
Oh no.
It is
No,
true.
but
We are in that sort of genre, but yes.
To be fair, I from what I've gathered, he is like extra.
Yes, the crown prince. Actually, both princes are quite good looking.
At least Beauty won.
This is why I have to wear a veil constantly.
Well, yours is like actively dangerous.
Oh, well, no, actually, I do believe they say at Beauty 2 I might get kidnapped, and at Beauty 3 I can start wars over it. So yeah.
Yes, Paloma Espada is here. She is the princess's young, lady in waiting and assistant. She looks fairly similar to her sister Ainara Espada, but smaller, more compact.
Portable.
You're pretty sure Paloma has hit less people with swords. But again, depending on how plugged in you guys are into rumors, you may know that she is, in training to be an armorer as well. So she may have hit people with a hammer. Results unclear.
Thumbs up.
We should introduce her to what's her name?
To Aika Wayland, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they probably get along like a house fire. But yeah, so that's the new introduction. Also sitting at like an adjoining table, we would do a round of introductions. You're introduced to Russell Petiroy, who is technically fourth in the line for the throne after his brother the king. He's taken on the Petiroy surname to indicate that he's no longer in the main branch, but inheritance, baby. He's ranked as a duke. Now the Grand Duke to indicate his position close to the throne. He's sitting aside, sipping some tea, eating some sausage.
Sausage.
His spouse is not present at this time because she is a lady in waiting to the queen. But their daughter, though, Lady Nerissa Petiroy, who is the fifth in line to the throne, is there as well. Lady Nerissa is, tall, but got a kind of elegance to her. Her hair is cropped fairly short, about neck length. Similarly has, that bright red gold coloration. But she's got more of a bright blue color in her eyes. And she is, just sitting, drinking some tea, tips her teacup to you when introduced, but does not curtsy.
Yeah, and this is a round of introductions. This probably isn't the best time to be starting conversations.
Nope.
Yes. They're kind of clustered
That's
around.
why the most I was doing was a vibe check.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, the king takes all your introductions and does a run around. And then Leofrica's Lord Marshal says, And while I plan to be here first to handle introductions, I see that I am, as usual, preceded by the Right Honorable King's Cavalier. He nods his head to the contingency from Grassy. House Cheval is also already here. And you are introduced to, first of all, Duchess Theresa Cheval, the King's Cavalier, Master of the Horse.
Big money.
She, nods her head to Leofric. If you guys are okay, trundling over to that set of tables, she would stand for a more formal introduction. Though, again, probably lots of polite nodding.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, she just remarks, "Well, Lord Marshal, it's how it is. The horses are up early." She turns to nod and points out first her eldest daughter, Agave, and she says, "I'm sure if you've met the Crown Prince, you've already met my daughter. Also my second son, Ector." So, you spot out Ector Cheval, the younger brother. He also has kind of a, slightly tanned skin, brown hair, brown eyes. Kind of, not like close cropped, but his hair is clearly trimmed short enough that he can fit it into a helmet pretty easy if needed.
Yeah,
Kind of a style.
I feel it.
And Agave is obviously a little bit older than most of you. She's the same. Actually, yeah, she's older than even Nicola and Logesh. She's 19. Ector is about your age. He's 16. You are formally introduced to the heirs of houses Canton, Faucon, and Marai. You've seen them already in the pub, but did not speak to them.
Nope.
So Philip Canton, Jalen Faucon, House of the Falcon, and Vance Marai, House of the Frog.
Frog.
We're going to be introducing a lot of characters at breakfast, so I don't need to run through a detailed description of everybody. But Philip Canton is probably, military-bearing young man. He's still a squire, but he's got some sturdiness to him, some heft. Wearing dressed like even though he's only a squire, dressed like an off-duty cavalry officer kind of thing. Jalen Faucon, House of the Falcon, is more, lighter, smaller, sharp-featured. Has her hair tied back in kind of a tight bun. She would probably be sitting directly with Agave Cheval because they're closer in age. And, politely minds her own business. And Vance Marai is, he's a big boy. Slightly shabby, neck length, dark hair, kind of dark green eyes. Got a little bit of a pallor to his skin. Slight scruff of a beard. I don't want to make no stereotypes now, but he come from the swamp people.
I'm about to say, he comes from the house of the Gaviel. I'm just all like, this boy's a swamp boy.
Yeah, the sigil of House Marai is the frog. But you are also get a brief introduction. Again, I don't know. You guys let me know if you care more about some of the actual adult lords.
In this exact moment, I would have to say nay.
I mean,
Konrad probably gives maybe them a little bit deeper bow than
oh yeah,
other his exact age, but
we're
especially
respectful
if they
to the
have short
adults.
military
but...
service.
Yeah.
I mean,
Listen, we're
I think
teenagers
Omega
full on
already knows the
hormones.
only- I think Omega already knows the only adult Lord I particularly care about.
So, also present, you'll be introduced to the Lady of House Lancet, Elara Lancet, but also the Lords of House Faucon, Gallus Faucon, the Rooster Knight. He's got probably a big puff of reddish brown hair.
Lord of Raptor's Nest. Falcons.
So the Lord of House Lancet and House Faucon are there. There is also a new younger person there, Irene Roche. heir to House Roch, sigil of the rock. So you are make some polite introductions there. She is kind of again, suntanned skin, kind of grayish brown hair, dark eyes. Not super tall, but looks a little fit. I didn't put it down in my Dramatis Personae, but she might have the. I should also probably put this in my notes somewhere, but some characters you will notice are ranked with positions like apprentice, journeyman, etc. for trade guilds or artisan guilds. I imagine that they probably mark their clothing with like small pins or like series of beads or knots to let you know like what their rank and position is.
Like a brooch.
Yeah. Lady Roche would probably be marked with the Stonemason Guild, as you might expect from a house named after a rock. So, Lady Cheval, like I said, she stands politely when you introduce, takes note, gives a reasonable, if a little, informal direct greeting to Leofric. If you guys want to get a read on her, go ahead and roll your sense plus empathy, I guess.
I'll get a read. Yeah, sure.
She is the King's Cavalier. She's part of the High Council.
Polly, not roll. What is my
Roll a
5.
Oh no, it's empathy. So yeah. Got it.
Loth, you want to take a crack at this?
What?
He made it.
You are a god.
Also, why is your
Oh,
empathy
it should be
worse
3,
last
but
time?
I messed it up. But
Yeah, it's you dropped a die, but you made 2 6s, so we'll keep it.
Are you asking so I can get my supposedly good roll out of the way?
No. I'm asking if you want to try again because you were so good at that last time.
Holy shit!
Now it's Axe's turn to roll almost
80%
straight.
my ass.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
man,
no.
sevens.
Loth doesn't make it.
80% my ass. Oh
yeah,
my
I
God.
know.
It's almost a full straight.
Hey, listen. How do you think Inos feels? He dropped 2 social checks. Okay.
and a stealth
All right.
check.
Those of you who pass, generally you get the vibe that the King's Cavalier, she seems generally positively disposed to you and yours. She's a older woman, kind of like graying at her temples. Her hair is, done back up in a very tight military bun. But she is surprisingly, I suspect for some of you, plain spoken for a noblewoman. I won't, get into detail because we have many characters to introduce, and I am sure you will banter with the NPCs. But there probably is a good back and forth between her and King Roderick. They actually seem like they are, genuinely close friends and allies. Lady Cheval seems kind of like a tell it like it is kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
And generally it seems like the rest of her banners kind of follow her in that regard.
Okay.
But now there are no more introductions. It's the Cheval team was here already. Because, the King's Cavalier's job is to basically, whenever the king needs something done, you're there. So, you have time to get breakfast, get started on it,
Yeah.
get your food.
Let me load up on some biscuits, some rolls, some eggs, some bacon. Get me a big carafe of... I don't know if we have, like, straight-on fruit juice, but I don't know, maybe some flavored water.
There would be fruit juice or lemon water in the morning.
Yeah, let's go. Fruit juice. Give me that sugar.
Sounds great.
Konrad kind of goes light because that's typically how he probably eats. Is he gets a little bit of food before morning training and then eats more afterwards. So probably a little bit light, well balanced meal.
A little bit of bacon, a little bit of biscuit.
Yep, a little bit of fruit.
Nicola probably also eats extremely light. Because he's paranoid that we're going to have to do something physically assertive because there's no... we don't know what order the events are going in.
Correct.
Nicola, does that mean you would want to eat more to, have your energy up?
I would rather not be sick in front of the noble houses.
It's a good quality to balance your expectations. Lever kind of cranes his neck around a little. It's like, well, whenever Lord Ferretti arrives, I'm sure he will have finalized his order of events for the day. Hopefully. Across the room, Duchess Cheval just snorts, rolls her eyes.
I am taking it that it is unlikely then.
The Lord Chamberlain is a very hard worker and very thorough. Duchess Cheval cuts in. Aye, and he's got a bit of a stick up his arse. Leofric kind of just quirks an eyebrow. The king, though, kind of, amusedly coughs into his coffee, into his red leaf. I mean, no offense to Lord of House Ferretti, but he's a stickler for details. Everything will need to be just right, down to what robe he has selected to come to breakfast, I'm sure. We shall be lucky if he arrives before midday. The adults kind of quietly grumble and chuckle themselves.
Nicola will try and not appear visibly disappointed that House Freddy will not arrive until later.
Before anybody else arrives, any comments you want to make amongst yourselves or with anybody here? Or are you just going to quietly eat breakfast?
Konrad will definitely mention that he hopes we're not here until midday.
Leofric pats you on the shoulder and says, "Don't worry about that, son. While the Lord Chamberlain is exacting, he does also have a schedule to keep, so he'll simply have to be here before then."
Nicola will be trying his best to blend into the background.
Inos will probably make a round of introductions himself on a more personal level, not having, someone be like, and this is Inos. Of that, be like, hello, I am Inos. So, John, the pleasure. It's like, you planning on, ask questions, like, you planning on taking pair contests, excited for the dance, He's probably walking and eating. He probably has his plate in hand and just goes from table to table.
That's fair. That, like I said, it's certainly designed to be that. There's plenty of room for a walkway, and the tables are all circular, so, plenty of room. Are you trying to be more polite, or you think you're aiming for more of lead impression?
Excuse me?
Are you trying to just be more, polite, respectful, do your due diligence, or are you trying to make an impression?
No, this is an impression.
Then I would like for you to roll me Charm plus Fascinate, please.
Let's stay veiled for right now. I want to reveal my face at the Blossom Festival. Come on, guys.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, no. I believe this goes in line with my mission to have a successful social debut at the festival.
Very well, that sounds correct.
So that gives me a dice. This is not lead in with protecting my allies and the Iron Demons, nor my desire for coin, comfort, and women. So, poly 60, 10. As I type roll again because I am a fool.
I mean, it seems much more natural,
Yes.
but sadly that's how D1's sculpted.
Ooh,
Hey.
3 sevens.
7, there you go.
Sevens. All right, yeah, so you, admittedly, you're only making a small run of rounds, but the impression certainly that the members of House Cheval got of you yesterday is just you, attempting to deflect those guys and almost getting punched for your trouble. So you're definitely kind of, I think, changing that in their mind. Lots of polite nods. You'll even get a few handshakes. And of course, like I said, the royal family are very polite to you. You do even actually probably get an offer of to take the hand of Lady Nerissa.
Oh,
She was a little looser later, but she'll even making a positive impression.
good. Yeah, I was a little worried about dealing with the royal family, but we can make it work. We can make it work.
I mean, you rolled pretty good, so I'm not gonna go straight for like making you make multiple actions to be graces and fascinate at the same time. You've rolled well enough that like you don't stretch propriety at any point.
Okay, good.
So you make a positive impression with who we got here, and certainly like I said, none of the people from these two houses would likely have met an Iron Demon in their time.
Excellent.
Other than perhaps the king. He seems a little more familiar than with your people's methods than you might expect.
Forgive me. Who was Nerissa again?
Nerissa Petiroy,
Oh, Petiroy.
fifth princess.
Fifth princess.
Daughter of the king's brother.
Okay, there we go.
So yes, technically she is a princess because she
There
is
she is,
fifth in
okay.
line to the throne.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just like You have a lot of people on the Dramatis Personae. I'm like, where is she?
Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll spell it for you, and the people at home so they can control F it later.
All right. Thank you. If I make myself known now, it won't seem so weird if I ask for a dance later.
Well then, your next block of people to arrive, as you might expect, given that they were sent for, is the group from Tempest. It's headed by Marcus Strenton Espada, accompanied by the Queen and her lady-in-waiting, the Grand Duchess. That's Russell's wife. So Marcus Strenton is, he's a very crisp, military-looking man. Even though this event is supposed to be, only semi-formal, and he is wearing a morning coat, which he takes off. To leave. His waistcoat is perfectly pressed. His shirt sleeves are perfectly ironed. He is, properly cuffed at the wrist. Dallas is not good at the art of sitting down. It's very funny you did a 69, though. Dallas also has his caps lock on. Anyway. He's got, like I said, similar coloration and features to his sister, the Queen. Kind of sharp aquiline nose, bold chin with a slight cleft, if you can see it under his very closely cropped beard and mustache. Probably got, like, longer than you might expect, kind of like shoulder or neck length hair, kind of, pulled back. Yes, like I said, very, very serious-looking man. He's accompanied by his his lady wife. She is Aramita Espada, formerly of House Hemada, which is a cadet branch of House Oro. She's probably kind of similarly like darker, bronzed skin, very sleek, dark hair, but has probably very striking, hazel or almost gold-colored eyes. It's a trait of the relatives of House Oro.
Mm-hmm.
Ainara Espada is here. She immediately goes over to her, her younger sister and does the full, like, hands on shoulders, kiss cheek.
Mm-hmm.
So good to see you. And also, makes her bows to the rest of the royal children. Lord Espada is accompanied by the heads of House Escuchen and Pantera. You've previously seen the heirs of House Cid and House Pantera. They are also both here. And he is also accompanied by a member of House Levin, Tyrannus Levin. He is technically the heir to the house because his father is quite old. When introductions are made, he makes sure to point out that My lord father will retire in a season or two. And all the adults chuckle at this, so you gather it's some sort of inside joke.
He probably says that every season.
He is the Terry Funk of the fucking dueling world.
No. This is House
70.
11.
I'm 70. I can still go.
House 11 are known, they're a branch of House of Spada. They are known for producing fine scholars and alchemists. The Lord Levin is probably, wearing probably not quite a full, like, scholarly robe, but definitely, like, has, like, a loose, like I said, like, breakfast robe over, comfortable scholarly wear. Soft shoes, kind of a thing. When, speaking to the king, Lord Stranton makes excuse that I apologize for my elder son, Rodrigo. He is in one of his temperaments this morning. He is remaining at home.
Oh,
He sent his regards, of course.
he does not.
I would like everybody to make a sense plus hearing roll.
I do not have hearing either, but here
Ooh,
we
I
go.
have this one. I actually have this skill.
Hearing is
You
one
may
of those
wanna
ones I
invest
plan
in
on
hearing in
picking
the
up.
future. Gotta pick up the hot goss.
I just don't have empathy.
Goss
Nor should
not
I.
detected.
Listen, I don't have enough XP for all the shit I want.
Damn.
Hearing.
What skill is it again? Sorry.
Nope, I did not have
Hearing.
hearing.
Sense
Hearing.
hearing.
Yes, hear with your ears. Just like in real life.
Hey,
Huh.
Oh,
Jesus fuck.
look at that
Oh,
shit.
that is all by luck.
God dang it.
Spacer.
I know.
I didn't mean to say that. I just said that. I said that out of reflex. I'm sorry.
I feel like you should be more sorry that you said it on reflex.
Regardless, I succeeded, so I don't
Yes.
care.
Yeah.
So,
Get trained by-
Leslok and Nicola, you either naturally through your scholarly means or just because of your position at the table, your ears are perked up, and you catch that in this moment, Lady Ainara says something low but still audible about, yes, Rodrigo gives his regards to the couch. Stranton shoots her a, like, very literally steely glance, and she just kind of, like, shrugs it off.
So, is she implying he's drunk?
You wouldn't know what she implied, I guess. You may have to ask her about that or work on it later.
we did see him at the tavern last night.
You wouldn't know if he's drunk or just, maybe he's
Mopey.
Emo
Byronic.
boy?
Yeah, he just likes to lounge upon couches.
I can understand. He might be Byronic. Just me,
But yes, so Stranton comes up and says his piece to your party. He's like, Lord Marshal,
Mhm.
Lord Chancellor.
I will give him a deep bow, though not as quite as deep as the bow for the king.
He's all full of crisp nods, folded arms, slight, very military posture, very rigid man.
I will also. Oh no, I'm sitting down, so it doesn't matter.
And like I said, this is the first time you've been formally introduced to Katita Pantera and Gundasal Cid. House Pantera is, sigil of the, I think it's
Guitar?
Lion. Let me double check. Yeah, sigil of the Lion.
Sounds right.
House Cid is sigil of crossed swords. Both of them seem to have fairly typical, Celticy coloring, darker tone of skin and hair. They, kind of at table and kind of as they walk around, you see the two of them kind of, doing the classic, chevron flanking with Ainara. She is, clearly the point of the spear, and the two heirs of those banner houses kind of just track along with her.
Ah, the goon squad, got it.
While neither of them are explicitly members of any military orders or anything, they are from Celticy. You can probably assume they're trained. Nobody is wearing swords or knife belts at breakfast.
Yeah, I assumed.
Yeah, you would have, such things could be part of your general kit, but you would have left them with a doorman along with your, hats and cloaks, walking sticks, etc. But both the young Lord Sid and the young Lady Pantera are like have the same kind of firm military disciplined bearing that the Marquess has, which again is a little bit different than Ainara Espada. You've seen and spoken to her twice. She has a much more relaxed, languid kind of pose, but also still feels like she's a bundle of energy who could just whip out a sword at any moment, run a marathon kind of thing.
We kind of witnessed her across the room in a half second, so
in a heartbeat kind of a thing. Yeah. So yeah, she's a lot more like relaxed, but also ready to rock. Her her two associates are, like I said, much more rigid. Yeah, people with high sense made rolls. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know if this will affect anything, but if once Nicola knows that heard about Rodrigo, Nicola will actually be very more visibly tense.
Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? You're about to get even more anxiety, buddy.
Oh, no.
To everyone's slight surprise, a single person comes in next, led by a footman. It is the royal physician, Lady Remedios Ferretti.
Oh, no, I start vibrating then.
Yeah. She's dressed very respectably, probably in like what you would think of as like a doctor's frock coat or uniform, like not quite a dress, but like, long tight sleeves, no trailing skirts or anything. She's wearing, spectacles, has long, dark brown hair, gentle brown eyes, wearing spectacles, like I said. She was a little odd. She showed up to breakfast wearing gloves, but, yeah. Without any need to make an empathy roll, the royal physician is a very polite, nice lady. She makes sure to nod and accept, round of greetings to everybody. As she comes in though, and is announced, and Leofric does his due diligence by making sure to hail her specifically as the Lord Marshal. Good morning, Lady Doctor. The royal physician, sort of thing. She just kind of politely nods, moves to check the kettle for water to start brewing some tea. She greets the king and is like, I'm terribly sorry. I have no idea where my cousin is at this time. I have come from my quarters in the Royal Society. She kind of like eyeballs what the king's got on his plate and is like, my lord, your royal highness, perhaps a little lighter on the meat. Some porridge, perhaps, sir? He kind of, grumbles and waves her off, and he's like, it's a royal breakfast, lady doctor. We do not need to be so concerned. She, kind of, not really wrings her hands a little bit, but just kind of, like, politely sips her tea and says, of course, my lord. It is merely my job to be concerned with your health. She has an attitude a little bit like a schoolmarm, but still with a certain, grace you'd expect from a high house. She sits quietly on the fringes of the, Ferretti section of the breakfast room. Loth, you already ate breakfast.
Konrad leans over to Nicola briefly and kind of puts his hand on his shoulder, goes, down, boy.
Do we actually know of Nicola's infatuation with the...
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he mentioned that he visibly tenses up, so...
Actually, here's a very good question.
I
Nico,
was
how many
tense,
dice
then I
in
started
lie do you
vibrating.
have, by chance?
What? How many what?
How many dice in lie do you have?
What's that?
0.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I have directly told them of my borderline hero worship of Lady Fred.
Yeah, this is what I call that.
definitely
Yeah, I call that
mentioned
infatuation, my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charm
No, that's
lie,
fair.
by the way.
I'm sorry, what was that, Loth?
Charm lie. If he's looking for where lie is.
Oh no,
I think-
I
I believe he's
understand.
making the
I
joke.
have 0.
Yeah, he's making the joke.
I have 0.
He's like, I ask him, "Hey, are you any good at lying?" And he's
Oh.
like, "What's that?"
No.
My bad. I thought Dallas didn't know where it was.
I'm
I thought
good
the
at
same-
telling when people are lying.
No, you're not. You
Well,
don't
no,
have
that's not true,
empathy.
'cause it's empathy. I'm
Yes.
good at scrutiny. Scrutiny is what I'm good
You're
at.
good at detective work, at studying a scene, looking for clues, finding hidden doors. But yes, no, Lady Ferretti is drinking her morning tea, eating
I will
a
stop
very light
vibrating.
repast.
But yeah, I will stop vibrating at Konrad's request. But I visibly will end
It's
My
okay to
internet's-
be excited, but you're causing the chair to tap on the ground. Someone's gonna notice. It's quite
much
Konrad
feels
is
her
just
face from
joking with
over
Nicola mostly, so.
No, I know.
Aaron breaking up a little bit.
Everyone's breaking up for me a little bit.
Oh boy, everything's exploding.
Everything's exploding!
Yeah, no, it's not just you. Everything is exploding.
Pause the recording.
Hang on. Let me pause. And... Alright, we are recording again.
Okay. Some of that will get edited out of the audio. All right, we're back though. The ping got unjangled. I don't know what dark realm we were piping the VC through, but
It looked like Lucky was kicked out for like a second and then came back in.
You know, lost in time and space and all that jazz.
Who knows?
there's some extra years.
I think our ping picked up a stray somewhere over New Zealand.
Anyway. The breakfast,
we-
yes. What the breakfast?
Right, so...
Well, as the problems happened, I was just explaining to that Konrad is saying is ribbing Nicola in good nature.
Yeah.
I believe I was trying to say that in response to your latest comment about, you're going to shake the table, somebody will notice, Lady Maja actually very briefly covered her mouth with a sweet roll for a second. Not quite a titter, but,
Oh, brother dear.
She's trying not to be rude to poor Nicola, but also
It's
very
I
obvious.
thought I'd prepared for this, but
Cuz, would you like to go make your introductions?
No, I think the answer to this would be yeah, it would be tea. Leofik probably sets a full teacup in front of you, Nicola.
thank you.
Drink up, my
Thank
boy,
you
drink
so
up.
much, dear Lord Uncle.
Well, don't go that far.
Sorry?
He said,
Nerves?
well, don't go that far. You threw a dear, a lord, and an uncle in there.
I know. Nerves.
But do you wish to go introduce yourself to Lady Ferretti,
would
or are
that
you going to
be-
continue to chill at the table?
Would that be proper before breakfast?
Well, we're at a...
I mean, you're eating.
Yeah, we're at an informal meeting, so we can turn a blind eye to some impropriety.
Yeah. Enos has already, made his own rounds around the room.
Yeah, and like I said, now with the lady physician here, it's like I can make another round. I can go with you if you want.
I can handle this, I think.
Okay, so I am going with Nicola.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No.
What did you say? You think? Not a good sign.
I feel like Leofric just gives Enos an aside glance at the table.
I'm not sure what does the side glance means. Go with him or stop. I'm not sure.
No, it's definitely go with it. It's definitely
Yeah, I was about to say it's
it's
definitely
a-
go with them.
yeah, it's a
Should I
Watch out for this kid.
Should I stay here?
If you want to. Like, listen, guys, I know, like, I am being the social butterfly I am meant to be, but like I said, you can go up and talk to other people. It's fine. It's okay. You don't have to sit at the table.
Oh no, I understand that.
Well, I know. I'm
It's
specifically
just-
going with Nicola because Nicola looks like they're about to, shatter into a couple dozen pieces.
Fair.
Perhaps another kettle of tea for the table, if you get up, Enos.
It's like,
I
Um,
believe we will need some bracing.
of course, Lord Uncle. Nicola, with me?
Thank you. I will gladly follow.
Mm-hmm. And with Nicola and Toa, I will do another round of introductions with
Espada.
Espada. We're gonna go through Espada first, and then we'll end with the royal physician to hopefully get Nicola settled.
All right.
Okay.
Enos, go ahead and make me another fascinate roll.
All right, let's.
Should I make a greases roll?
You do seem a little nervous. Sure, yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's make sure you don't embarrass yourself. Roll
Okay.
your greases.
Thank goodness I actually have this skill.
I am making more successfuls than me, so I'll take my mission bonus.
Is
then.
that- Okay, it's that many. Got it.
Double sixes?
2 pairs. Double 4s as well.
Oh yeah.
So.
It's just like,
Oh.
Also four.
Oh no! I got 2 4s.
Yeah,
Never
you got
mind.
fours. You're good.
Solid.
Nicola does not accidentally vibrate his way onto the floor. And as usual, Enos, you're doing a great job. You even managed to do some prompts in the conversation or introduction to even maybe get Nicola to get out of his shell a little and make a positive impression.
Yep.
Since you did get 2 sets.
But yes, like I said, just just simple greetings, hellos. I am, Inos of the Iron Demons, blah blah blah, Ward of House Logi. This is my friend, Nicola. I'm sorry, what house is Nicola from?
House Gridarvol.
Gridarvol. That's blah blah. I'll probably dwell a little overlong with the introduction with I'm sorry, I have to pull up her name. Ainara. A nudge and a wink, and it's all like, oh, fancy seeing you so soon again. And whatnot. I don't know if she has any other particular words for Enos at this time.
Yeah, she would be like, "Oh, good morning to you, young sir.
Mm-hmm.
You seem much more at home here."
Mm-hmm.
I will kind of size up Ainara in that way of like a sibling knows that this person is interested in their siblings, but also knows they have no way of intimidating this person at all.
This is very specific.
You try to look like a cool guy.
No, not even that far. Like thinking about trying to look like a cool guy and realize that it will be completely useless.
Realizing that you are in fact not cool.
Exactly. Yes.
You make a 2x10 on your not cool roll.
Oof.
Yes.
But we don't actually need to dwell over long on the Ainara bit. Enos will do polite but witty banter.
Yes.
And
I would say that Nicola, you actually find a probably not too surprising, but more even than just polite interest is given to you by as I mentioned, the Lord of House Levin, Tyrannus Levin.
Ah, yes.
Because he is a fellow at the Adamant Gate and would be, a student of alchemy and other lore.
mm-hmm.
I
So
would
he's
probably
actually,
not exactly like talk shop, because obviously we're at a breakfast and going
Yeah.
through rounds, but like
this is
I'd give the knowing nod.
well, actually, Enos would suggest we have time, cuz why don't you invite him over to have a more fruitful discussion, or even better yet, maybe make a pay upon his estate. I'm sure the two of you could hit it off with your relative fields of interest.
Oh, yes, that would be quite pleasant if you have time.
That sounds like something I would enjoy quite a lot.
Yeah, look at me go! Social
we are all staying at the
manipulation!
We are staying at the estate of... Oh, I need something suitably storm-themed.
What's Spanish for lightning thunderbolt?
Oh god, I'm trying to think, honestly.
I think that's already the name of their castle, Regatorion. The Castle of Lightning. Actually, no. Yeah, the other thing about a House of Spot is they're very big into the martial vibes. Probably just call it the guardhouse or something.
The House of Blades.
Casa de Hoa?
Yes, send your card to the casa.
Yes. Excellent, I have set that up. Good.
Or no, it'd probably be Cuchilla.
You can't see it, but I am shrugging as hard as I can.
There's a lot of Spanish words for blade, actually.
Yeah,
There's like
there's a
4.
few.
I can believe it. Anyway, I will gently break us off from that conversation and lead Nicola and I over to the royal physician, which I will do another round of introductions.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
you
am
will
going to frickin' out my cousin of how big a fan he is and how interested he is in the work that she does.
Okay.
Well, how would you want to phrase that?
Basically, so Inos would pay his respects to the royal physician, introduce himself. You know, I'm Inos, Ward of House Logi of the Iron Demons, blah 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 blah. And this is Nicola of the house I still can't remember.
Gridarvol.
Gridarvol. You know, forgive our impropriety, but Nikolai is someone who is very interested in the work that you do and has actually been quite interested in meeting you, but please forgive him. He is quite nervous.
Oh, not at all.
Enos would go on to say he is putting a lot of time into... Actually, what... I know you study alchemy. What else do you study? Like, you have...
I study medicine directly.
Yes.
I actually study. I would say Nicola, at this point in his life, studies healing and like traditional healing primarily, and alchemy is like a side hobby.
Okay.
Yes, it's... I don't remember what the...
Chiturgy would be the technical.
Well, yeah. Surgery. Well, that would be surgery. Funny, it's a cognate. Of it. But is there a... I don't know if I have a, like... There probably is not a formal position for, like, house doctor, but that is what Nicola is basically studying to be.
Is there some sort of doctor school or something?
Yes, the College of
Royal Society.
Chiturgians, who she is the head of.
I think right here in Crown.
Yes.
No, it's in.
No, it's... it's why it's the Royal Society.
That's why I was very sad about not being able to visit there, because Uncle Dad told us not to.
Well, not right now, but he's I think I know where to take. Were you actually planning on was Nicola actually gonna plan to try to attend the institute of what it was?
Oh, I hadn't thought that far ahead.
Well,
honestly.
Okay, well, I know where I'm taking this. Inos will continue speaking of, like, being from Norland, we haven't had, he'll basically say the gist of being from Norland, we haven't had much of the opportunity to, what's the way I want to phrase this? For Nicola to pursue such advanced topics as medicine and whatnot, making do with what he can. he can scrounge up from our own archives. And I will put in a request that we are allowed, that he, specifically Nicola, be allowed to pay the, I am horrible with names. I do not know why. The Royal Doctor House School, a visit and...
It's right there in chat.
Oh, sorry, I'm not looking at the chat. The Royal Society to, tour its facilities.
All right. Yes. She nods and says, "Oh, don't worry. Do not worry at all. I am she, like I said, kind of politely, respectfully, but maybe a little chagrinist. Like, I'm used to this response from students.
I'm sorry, Inos
Sorry,
smirk.
ma'am.
Yes. Oh, you wish to study at the Royal Society, perhaps? Well, she kind of, looks in her tea a little and kind of like, taps the side of her chin and says, I would not wish to put my cousin out, but, well, perhaps there will be opportunities for such visits during the festivities. No?
That would be wonderful, ma'am. I've been interested in the liturgical arts ever since my birth. I was surrounded by our house physicians. And
That is very good, Nicola, but we do not need to give the good royal physician
Sorry?
your life story.
She raises a hand placatingly. I do not mind. It is a simple conversation,
Indeed.
And are you wearing your porcelain prosthetic?
yes.
Yes, she would, kind of tilt her head in that direction and say, and I observe, of course, the work. If it is not impolite to ask, it is a congenital from birth?
Yes.
Not unheard of. She kind of taps her chin again, eyes briefly go unfocused as she thinks doctor thoughts, kind of waves it away. We will be glad to receive you at our facilities. I am pleasantly surprised. She, no, there's only one Norlon house there. She wouldn't quite go for the raised voice, but she does just kind of candidly comment. I am pleasantly surprised. Most healers I meet in training in the Norlon way prefer to study at the religious schools of healing and with monastic orders.
While I cannot deny my faith, I see the importance of blending the faith with the sciences, and I have always been interested in pursuing both.
Of course. Well, we shall have a pleasant conversation later, but she, tilts her head. I do believe I hear some more guests coming. I am sure
Thank
will
you so
need
much,
to
ma'am.
make your rounds. Nods to Inos.
Inos will bow politely and gently lead Nicola away back to our group.
I think that went well.
Inos will, pat your shoulder. It's like, it did. It rather did.
Oh.
Well, I think if
Nicola's nerves are completely burned out, so he's actually kind of relaxed at this point.
When Nikos gets back to the table, you notice his sweet roll's gone.
Someone took your sweet roll. But Inos will...
I'm going to pause the recording. I need to take a bio break before we get to the next round of interactions. I'm sorry. I can sense the role-playing continuing. I've paused.
Oh, boy.
I mean, like, some people lose their age.
Some people can live in
died
their
young.
80s, but you're going to need to, life expectancy. Anyway, Lucky's back. We're going to unpause. We're back in. While that round was happening, while Leofric is keeping a watchful eye on Inos and the circulation, he is making, polite conversation, especially with his sons and with Logesh, asking you how you find the food. Probably makes a comment like, good bacon.
Food good.
I'm home.
Yeah. The other funny thing I wanted to say in character was when Nicholas returns, just gets a nod and a thumbs up from Logesh before he returns to eating.
Actually, I don't remember if you said or not. How big a meal, a big a plate is Logesh eating?
A very hearty plate.
Going all in.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's about right for Logesh.
Yeah, that's essentially how it goes.
You go cross body so nobody else can see it.
Nicola will probably get more food at this point.
Yeah, you go. Eat up a little. You know,
Enos will
again,
will
Leofric probably
step
kinda
away to go
clashes
get
him on the
that,
side.
that second kettle though.
Yeah. Leofric probably taps you on the side, and he goes, there you go. Eat up, son. Eat up, boy. Gotta get the food. So the next group to appear is the party from House Oro. I presume that all members of my players have seen the Disney movie film Aladdin.
Yes.
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 So Baron
Mhm.
Makarios Oro enters the room with what can only be described as Prince Ali swagger.
Oh shit.
He does not wait for the doorman to introduce him. He whips into the room. This man has 2 bangles on each wrist. He's wearing a gold necklace. His, just the loose shirt sleeves, no waistcoat. It is done 1 button undone, so you can see the top of his collarbones. Baggy dramatic pants, comfy shoes. Whirlwinds into the room.
Enos, I didn't realize your family was visiting.
It's like, Enos will lean back over. It's like, no. If it was my family, they'd be much more handsome.
Can't argue.
He's
He's got
Your
a
eyes,
little.
Jack?
He's got a single gold earring in there, and he whirlwinds in. So good to see everyone this fine morning. I of course saw the Espada party departing, and thus we simply could not be late. Good morning, everyone. Hello, come. Introductions, yes. And Baron Macarius is of course very happy to introduce everybody. Yes, you must meet my darling daughter, Paz. Yes, isn't she great? Look at her. Compared to her gregarious father, despite the fact that Paz Oro, the heir to House Oro, is only 13, both of them, by the way, look very similar. Again, kind of dark sun-bronzed skin, very dark hair, and again, kind of that, like, bright, almost golden iris color. The young lady Paz seems much more reserved and polite than her father. She gets maybe a hint of color when he's, talking about how, lovely she is, and she's just like, my lord father, please contain yourself. And he's just like, of course, my darling little gemstone, of course. Yes, I will be contained.
He will not be
I
contained.
like this man.
Dramatic swooshing. His rings clank. By the way, there's a ring on every finger.
Despite my initial bias against House Oro, I've decided I like this man.
Of course. And yes, I must introduce you to some of my lady wives. Of course. Yes, he has brought 2 spouses here. First is, let me just double check my notes. Yes, the second lady of the house is Lady Naya Oro. That is Paz's mother. And yes, this does mean that his Paz is not descended from his senior-most wife. My darling Lady Cordelia is feeling unwell, Your Majesty. She could not make the trip. I am terribly sorry. King just kind of nods and says, yes, of course. The Baroness Cordelia is known to be frail of health. But also, you are introduced to his... Double checking my notes. Yes, the 4th wife.
Cordelia sounds.
Lady Jacinth Oro. Yeah, I mean, you can see in the Dramatis Personae, you know that her surname is Marchand. That is not a noble name. His lovely lady 4th wife is from a wealthy merchant house. So she is technically middle class.
But part of a officer in a trade company, as per the Dramatis Personae.
Yes. Lady Naya is formerly of House Cowdy, which is a cadet branch to Oro. So, again, very, very similar look to her lord husband. Lady Jacinth is, kind of got, pale green, almost jade-colored eyes and kind of a lighter dark hair color. They're from the south, so all of them are probably a little more swarthy than you northern folk. Once again, except for Enos.
I am a twig.
Yes, but you're bright red.
Yes.
Or perhaps deepest scarlet.
Whatever the most exotic red you can think of is. That's me.
Yes.
Mahogany.
Yes.
That is pretty exotic, but not that far.
He also makes sure to run the introductions for his lady sister, Lady Bijo Oro, the House Magister, the Lady Magister, Royal Artificer.
Ooh.
I would especially point out to Nicola. Obviously, she is a Magister of the Alchemical College and a master ranked in the Blacksmiths Guild. But also her, she's probably wearing a very lovely, a morning frock, a breakfast, ensemble. The right sleeve of her blouse is probably pulled back to show off that she actually also has a prosthetic starting above the elbow. And there is a lovely gold and ivory prosthesis in place of her right arm. Very finely crafted.
Is it publicly known how she... was it like an accident, or was it more my...
I believe I've asked this question before. You do actually pay attention to such matters of the social things of houses? You would be keeping up on this, Nicola?
I do, because I need to keep my house safe.
Yes. You would know, yes. The Lady Magister lost her arm in an accident when she was younger.
Okay.
Unspecified. But she is an alchemist and a smith, so any number of things it could have been.
Well, yeah, it is, I was like, that with, why can't I think of the word?
Happens to all of us.
Professions that you are most likely to give you like limb damage. So yeah.
And her prosthesis though is very high quality. Actually, it seems like it's got a little bit of a strap or a rig, worn under her gown. She can actually like rotate her shoulders and upper arm and have it like pitch up, lock in position, even get the fingers to like open and close.
That's fancy.
Yes, very high quality. They also are accompanied by a small pack of some other people who you run into. They have the Lord of House Urimaus, Sigil of the Bat, Lord Nictimo, and his daughter, Lady Noctiluca Urimaus. Lady Noctiluca is... the members of House Urimaus are of a slightly different fashion than most of those from Celticy. While she's probably not like pale, she's definitely lighter skinned than you would expect from someone from the southern island. Very dark black hair and very dark brown, almost reddish eyes. She has accented this with a little bit of dark makeup and is probably wearing dark clothing.
And you said they're the House of the Bat?
Yes. Urimaus' sigil is a bat.
Which house is this? Verity?
No, Urimaus. Or House
my
Oro is
bad.
the
Urimaus,
master
it's
house.
Oro's,
Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're following along.
I'm trying to. My bad. I looked at the wrong section.
It happens. I've not necessarily organized too much. Sadly, Lucky has stepped away because otherwise I'm sure he'd be yelling about goth women.
Oh, yeah.
I assume he's running the recording because he didn't say that he needed to pause it. He's probably making us ramen. All right, sorry. Take a second. Clear some notifications. Okay. Also, he's, in addition to the Lord of House Urimaus, he's also brought the head of House Orle. And this is your first crack at being introduced to a couple of other heirs. Obviously, Noctiluca Urimaus is there, but also Uh, sorry, I am reading. It's the listed heirs in the Dramatis Personae. Lady Tigridia Lampago, heir of House Lampago. Moses Emmett from House Emmett, and Kyle Cowrie from House Cowrie.
Okay, Cowrie.
Yes. Who is probably like a nephew or a cousin to Baroness Naya. Same house, you know.
Yeah. That's why I said Cowrie.
Kyle Cowrie is also, you know, technically a cadet in the King's Navy. He's in training to be a naval officer, so he's, you know, probably dressed very smartly. I already talked about Noctiluco Rirmos, you know, being much more darker. Tigridia Lampago, House Lampago, Sigil of the Sphinx. Well, technically the Lampago, but which is more of a man tiger, but we can say Sphinx. It's fine. Cat body, man head. Very simple. She probably has, like, again, you know, most everyone from Celticy is darker just because it's more in the south, gets more sunlight during the summer months.
Yeah.
But she actually has kind of a lighter, you know, kind of a sandy hair color. And the heir House Emmett is, who, by the way, their sigil is an ant. As in the insect, not as in aunties.
This is not an ant
Ant,
line.
not aunt. Lots of fun animals down in Celticy. But sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. He's probably, you know, sturdy built. Again, talking about like associating with trade guilds and the like. He's wearing the markings of an apprentice stonemason as well. So he's, you know, built like a sturdy boy who picks up rocks. But at the trail end of this entourage, the Baron Oro has one more guest to introduce. This I have concealed from you. I have hidden in a secret area and not put on the Dramatis Personae until now, such as I will reveal. Because I didn't want you to get too excited about some stuff.
Such trickery.
Yeah, secret characters. It's time for the hidden character unlock. He has also brought guest of a member of the Desert Tribes. So a member of the Desert Kith has come, and she is introduced to you as Chentara, a speaker of Kith Watermoon. So it is a Catwoman. Again, definitely leaning a little on the cat-like, you know, side. Ears on top of the head, cat's tail. Kind of like how in FF14, Hrothgar have kind of a sliding scale of quite how cat-like they are. You know.
Yeah.
She's probably got mostly human face, slight indent on the lips for, you know, larger fangs, a little bit of a cute nose. You missed there's a cat girl here.
Gasp.
For a cat woman.
Gasp.
Yes. Baron Oro has brought a Baron Oro has brought a member of the Desert Kith as a guest.
Okay, excellent.
And she's got kind of a banded, you know, tawny desert color to both her skin and her hair. You know, deep bow to the king. King, you know, make sure to actually, you know, rise a little from his seat to greet, and she's just like, you know, Kith of the Dragon. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This one is delighted to be a guest of House Oro. The other thing Inos missed.
Wait, did she actually say this one?
Yes. We can channel the Khajiit a little. The Kith are actually kind of polite.
That's
not
fair.
native Kranish speakers. I am a speaker.
What else did I miss?
For House Watermoon. I was going to say, the various members and heirs of House Oro and their companies were introduced. Obviously, young Miss Paz Oro is, a little too young for the festivities, but they've brought some. They've brought a more academic or diplomatically leaning people, but definitely, I suspect that if not Inos, Lucky will be interested in young lady Noctiluca Rearmouse. House Rearmouse is the sigil of the bat, as I mentioned before, and she's got kind of like paler skin tone, darker hair, dark brown, almost reddish eyes. Accents herself with dark clothing and a little bit darker makeup.
Oh no, she got.
Yes.
Omega called it.
That's exactly what Omega said. Yeah.
I know what's up. I've got you. You're in my sights. So yes, handful of lords and heirs. Baron Oro, whirlwinds around the room, introducing everybody. And definitely you get the impression that the Oro contingent are much more in, like I said, the academic, diplomatic, or artistic area.
Mm-hmm.
Baron Macarius is absolutely very interested still in, making friends, new meetings, talking with everyone. He even, once again, Inos, you're stranger in a strange land, singles you out. Hello, young sir. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard much of your people. It's a terrible shame you're just like of boats.
Well, I'm sorry. Is the Desertkin with him as he's doing his whirlwind?
Yeah, she would probably be around. Yeah, after the round of introductions.
It's all like, it's like, oh, too true. But suffice to say, my kind's not the only one with a distaste of open water.
It is true. The seas are vast and salty.
And move.
It was a great trial to journey here by boat. But, to speak for my kith, I will go.
And
she will also, deep, bow to you, Inos. Good day to you, Keith of Iron.
would I know the proper way to address a Desertkin?
How much? I mean, you got graces. You can roll
I'm
graces.
gonna roll graces. Can I? I am also.
Can you speak cat?
Well, I'm not. I can't speak their language, but do I know enough of?
Oh yeah, he does not have what did I call their language?
Wait,
It's Kith something.
Kids speak.
No, it's definitely
Nope.
not a normal English word at the end of Kith.
Oh, okay.
Kithala?
Okay. I did it again. Every time.
Wow, that's a lot of dice you fucked up.
462 failures.
She declares the blood feud upon me and our entire family, and initiates combat immediately.
Where you want?
She shouts Kali Ma and claws your heart out.
Yeah,
keep
Inos
looking.
explodes.
You once.
I do not fuck up.
But you
We're
do not
rolling.
impress.
Y'all are so glad I'm not setting difficulties right now. We're just rolling.
Oh,
We're just
God,
looking for
yes.
pairs. Yes. She was introduced by Baron Macarius as a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
That would be it. Her name is Chantara. I've added it to the Dramatis Personae because I am a gremlin. But it's Chantara.
He's holding it back.
Yeah, I may have more secrets.
I think I
I
know
don't see
one
it.
at least.
Oh, okay, there.
Yeah, it's at the bottom now, obviously.
Okay.
But her rank role, how would you, especially however Inos might put it, is a speaker. So she is a diplomat and a merchant. I'm trying to think in my notes. I do not think it's Kith Lang. That's
I said
the
that.
language. I did not hear you say it clearly. You're doing that thing where you're scrunching your words together. Take a deep breath.
I think I said as you guys were talking.
But I'm double checking my notes. I don't think the Kith have surnames. If it did, I wrote that part after I wrote down her name, so because she does not have a surname. So yeah, I think just Speaker
Thank
Chintaro
you,
would be your
Loth.
best way to say.
But Inos would just basically call her Speaker Chantara, and then he'll go on to praise House Oro for their many artisanal works. The only house that can beat the Iron Demons and gem cutting and polishing and whatnot.
He dramatically clasps a hand to his breast. Oh, turns to Leafric. Oh, Lord Marshal, your words. He has the way with words.
He will be my 5th wife.
Don't you?
Also, you are wrong on your numbers, buddy.
Yeah, no, it would be like
Be a
7.
Oh, I was waiting to do something with Leofric once this is over. So
Yeah.
You want to be wife number
like I said-
8?
Oh,
I am not a shotgun.
deep cut. No, he would be like. Oh,
Sorry, I
you
had
so-
to.
I know. I said good cut, but it's like, yes, don't. Yes, our works are known far and wide. Of course, my dear sister, the Lady Magister, is much more skilled in artistic aspects than I am. I'm of course known for my way with coins and putting coins in places where they could better be. As he says this, by the way, a golden mark appears in his hand, and he just kind of does the classic, jingle it between his fingers, makes it disappear up his sleeve.
like,
Little
silver
did you know,
office
House
rings.
Oro's secret sorcery is sleight of hand. I can also do pen tricks. Ooh, yes.
Baron uses throw gill.
He probably can. He probably does have throw gill.
That
It
would
hurts
absolutely be.
It
his
surprisingly
moveset.
hurts.
I mean, I think it's more like the Assassin's Creed throw money trick, where you just throw coin at the floor and guys just surround you.
Nicola is currently using all of his willpower not to stare at the lady alchemist's
Yes.
arm.
But yes, Inos will go on with the praise and the whatnot, and inquire about the good lady. Hang on.
He's searching.
I'm searching.
Buffering?
Digging.
How do you pronounce this? Noctiluca?
Noctiluca.
Noctiluca.
Noctiluca? House of what is it? Rare Mouse?
Yes, Rare Mouse over your mouse.
Rare Mouse. Because
House Bella Lugosi.
unfortunately, Omega
No.
just just like, oh no, he got me. And then,
You're already in my web, players.
oh no.
Yes,
I need to make it ominous.
but you inquire about Lady Remus.
Yes.
Of course, delightful daughter of house of my first wife. I'm sure you did not see her out and about yesterday. But she's a lovely young lady. Would you like a more exacting introduction?
Oh,
I am always ready for a handshake.
Enos will pretend to him and haw, and then be like, yes, I would be delighted to make her acquaintance.
Of course. Yes. No, he would call her over. Yes. The Baron is a master of diplomacy, and yes, you're introduced again to more one-on-one to Lady Noctiluca.
Mhm.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sir Inos.
It's like, the pleasure's all mine. Pleasure all mine. It's oh god, how do I politely phrase an interest in her appearance and why it's different from the rest of the house?
Probably a Grace's roll.
Yeah, let's see if I can not bungle this up. This is probably...
If you get no matches, you're just gonna be like, "Hey, why you gone?"
Hey, yo, you pale as shit.
Oh, God.
Is that like a kind of medical condition?
Dude, are you
Spoilers, it
anemic?
is not a medical condition.
Oh, man, I'm just like...
No, they're vampires, I'm telling you.
This is more of a personal than just isn't really necessarily related to socially debuting successfully, so...
And as for why Omega put the vampire tribe in the desert, because funny.
Well, not all of South Sea is a desert. If Enos can make his roll, we'll see.
I do not!
For House is.
What the hell?
Oh
Ooh, 10 high.
This keeps happening.
All right, you don't bungle it, but you do not necessarily find a polite way to phrase, if I may, my lady, your appearance is quite strikingly different from the rest of your house.
You have Jess to recover?
Oh, no, I'm just gonna let it ride.
Okay.
She kind of offers you, a slight curtsy of her skirts, which her breakfast frock is quite dark and ruffly. Dare I say, gothic. But Baron Oro pops in to save you. He says, you have not heard, my young lad. Yes, the lands of House Riermaus are known as the lands of night. They are to our extreme northern and eastern border. Some say from the height of Night Castle you can see the Lost Continent. It's near the stone shows as well. Quite foggy and overcast. But despite this, the members of House Riermaus are our most stern protectors of the coast. Lady Noctiluca just kind of, nods along with it. In fact, let me check House Oro, because her dad is here. Yes, Lord of Castle Knight.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does her dad look like Bela Lugosi?
Probably like a 6 or a 7, He's probably got a little bit of a widow's peak, kind of a close-cropped hair. He's also a little pale, sharp nose, pursed mouth.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about the Dracula. Almost have amnesia. They forgot I'm him.
Just remembering we played King of the Castle and like those different clans.
Yeah, one of them was very goth.
Oh,
they're
the
probably a little
purple
bit
one?
like that. But so Enos, you've learned a fun geography fact. House Riermaus are, bastions of one of House Oro's borders, and it's apparently quite dark and overcast there regularly.
Interesting.
Possibly spooky.
Inos will make sure to apologize for any offenses given he is ignorant.
None taken, monsieur. Truth be told, I quite enjoy that our fashions are quite striking.
Unfortunately, she said the magic word fashion.
Nicola will actually go, oh boy.
I was like, so on that point, Inos will ask about if her lands have a particular fashion, as he is somewhat of a what's the word I want to say? Fashionista himself.
Fashionista?
Yeah. Yes, I'm somewhat of a fashionista myself. Yes, so she will probably for a decent amount of length, long enough that Baron Oro will actually you don't know how he does it. He's so gregarious, but he just fades out of the conversation. It's like he slides out of the way. Suddenly he's, over Nicola and Leslok's shoulder. How does he do that? Must be the shoes. They're so soft.
So I was going to point out that Konrad is actually going to engage Paz a bit while her father is occupied.
Yes.
And just have polite, normal conversation and treat her like a normal heir, not his a darling little girl type of thing.
Yeah. you guys probably don't need to roll empathy to roll. You guys have your own complicated family situation. You can probably tell something is going on with the fact that the Baron has collected quite so many spouses, and that not only is his heir quite young for your current generation of high houses. She's the youngest of all heirs at 13. You don't know of anybody who has a house heir that's that young. You know that some have, secondary children. Obviously, your own siblings are about that age. But also, she's of the second wife in the marriage, in the tree. So probably some.
Baron Oro did mention that that his first wife was sick.
Yes, she is.
So
she is of House Remus, and she is also said to be frail, Lady Cordelia, Baroness Cordelia, I guess technically. But yes, no. So she just kind of like, oh, good day to you. Very polite conversation. In that case, probably when he checks out of the conversation with Noctiluca and Inos, the Baron probably teleports over to Paz.
ah,
How does he do that?
Makes the DBZ noise.
Yes, he's wearing so many jingly things. How does he do it?
I'm thinking of DBZA, just the pop.
instant transmission.
Very careful practice, my lord. You must be swift upon the sands to make those deals. Ding.
Great, now he's a used car.
Also, I haven't mentioned it, by the way, but you should assume every time he smiles, there is a lens flare. His teeth are very white. Possibly a couple of them are gold. But yeah, so, Lady Noctiluca will speak to you, at quite a decent length about, yes. Normally, House Oro's lands are known for, more desert or even coastal garb, lots of like loose, robes, mantles, veils, kind of a thing. You got to keep the hot sun and the sand out. But because the region, the holdings that belong to House Rearmouse are so dark and they're coastal, it can get quite unseasonably cool and overcast there. So they often make do with long, sturdy coats against the wind that might dramatically billow.
I love a good billowing.
It is long said, my lord, that my people take after our heraldic animal, the humble bat or flying fox, as they say. We do our best work at night. Dark colors are de jour there. So yeah, basically they're a house that's very gothic and somber, but also again, you can probably guess that Lady Noctiluca does not carry herself like she's going to be joining, the fencing tournament, the wrestle, the rowing. You would probably guess she is here for the more traditional arts types disposals. Perhaps poetry. You would have to assume from the way she, holds her hands and fingers, perhaps a musical instrument. Maybe knows a thing or two about dance.
Well, let's just pencil that into the dance card, potentially.
Yes. After, her polite introductions, Lady Bijou, the royal artificer, goes to sit with her colleague, Lady Remedios. So now those two ladies are, sitting at a table, talking shop. You do casually overhear as he makes some idle conversation with Leofric before he finally goes back to his own table to get breakfast, possibly being pulled by one or both wives. That Baron Oro says, and yes, of course, the Dance of Blossoms will be perfectly on tune today. The young artist Albrecht Sipos has come. He would have come to the royal breakfast, but he is much too busy putting the final touches on his new composition. Now behold, as I reveal another block of names.
Gasp!
I will add to the Dramatis Personae.
The band.
You can't keep getting away with this.
Yes, you can,
I will.
actually.
Spoilers. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I did. There's more.
Young Albrecht Sipos, the musician. A genius, some say.
Gasp!
And apparently, he's coming up with a new composition, a brand new composition for the Dance of Blossoms tonight.
Nope. Tell me to do that.
Careful.
Hopefully that means everyone will be unprepared then.
But yes, after that, finally, the Baron will go about his rounds. His gregaritude is immense. His friendliness unmatched. I believe Konrad said something. He said he wanted to say something to.
Yeah. After he kind of goes, Konrad kind of looks over at his dad, Leofric, and holds up 4 fingers. He kind of glances over at the Baron Oro.
Yeah, Leofric kind of does a polite. He does a very, very slight flinch, as if perhaps Lady Maja has, not kicked him under the table, but like, tapped his leg or his knee or something. And he does say, the Baron Oro is a profound man of diplomacy. He has made many political arrangements. I believe last I heard, he has taken a 7th spouse. How a man finds quite so much time for so many spouses, I'm not sure.
Konrad kind of glances across his dad to look at his mother for a moment.
She, kind of pats his arm politely. Yes, I do find that just the 2 is bold enough for a man of my station.
Konrad
he kind of like
nods knowingly.
His face kind of softens, and he kind of leans it aside to Lady Maja and says, "Can you imagine trying to find a 3rd?" She just kind of like, gives him a light like slap on the shoulder, like jokingly, and she just kind of like rolls her eyes and is like, "I cannot imagine where you would find one. No. Where would she even fit in Stonehearth?" So yes, polite chuckles had all around. Any other commentary?
Nope.
All right. Your next set of guests is not as flamboyant, flashy, and friendly as the last. As next in sweeps to the room, Baroness Coraline Martin. The Lady of House Martin is, fairly tall for a woman, much like her children whom you've met, has kind of like reddish, almost coral pink hair pulled back, sea blue-green eyes. She does not currently have an eye patch. We'll do that after the time skip. No, I will not explain why. Honestly,
no, she doesn't even have an injury. She just wears it.
Yeah, she'll add the eye patch later for the mystique. She is dressed probably what you would expect from the King's Admiral. Like she has a full like naval coat that is casually thrown to a footman with the full like epaulets and shit and ribbons. She's wearing it is a woman's cut, but a waistcoat and loose shirt sleeves underneath. Has navy suitable shoes, deck shoes, and breeches.
She is the very model of a modern major general.
Possibly. So she, sweeps in.
Can't find the gift of the Admiral in 14.
Swooshes right in. Barely pauses in a step as, Leofric does his duty as the Lord Marshal and is sure to announce, the Lady Admiral, Baroness Coraline Martin, sweeps up, takes a deep bow to the king, and is like, "Apologies, my lord, for missing the High Council meeting yesterday. I am certain, of course, that whatever matters were not necessary for your Lady Admiral to appear." And he just kind of coughs and is like, "No, it's quite all right, Baroness, quite all right. The Lord Chamberlain merely wanted to finalize some details. I do not believe that anyone was inconvenienced by your reminiscence." And she just kind of like stands up straight, looks around the room, rotates, makes sure anybody object, and they're just kind of like, nah, fam. She says, kind of straightens her lapels and then is like, "Very well. Then of course, introduce my party." The twins are introduced. Also with him, as usual, is the crew you saw earlier. Aspel Biscon, Leon Morse, Radcliffe Wake, who is actually a lieutenant. So he has shown up to his king in full naval uniform. He does not get to be as informal as the rest of you. Poor little butterbars. This is a very good question. Would you guys prefer to pronounce it lieutenant or lieutenant?
I'm gonna say lieutenant. There's no other way I can say it.
Yeah, very well. Very well. Lieutenant it is.
Yeah.
Yes. Also introduced are a couple of other members, because in addition to those youths we have mentioned, indeed, Alarion Marin, third daughter of House Marin, is here. She's being accompanied not only by her mother, but also by one Sapir Korb, head of House Korb, who is, also a highly ranked member of the King's Navy.
Order of Navigators also.
Yes. Lady Korba is honestly, despite being from Il Viento, she is even more, darker skin than you might expect. She looks like her from the Celticy contingent. She is, wearing kind of a little, informal as well in her selection of frock coat. Her sleeves are slightly pulled up to see that she has very extensive, delicate tattoos on her arms. Lots of wind and wave shapes. She has, very dark hair, but her eyes are piercingly blue. And the young Lady Marin, Alarion, is, looks generally like her siblings. Obviously she's only 13, so she's much shorter. She's got that same kind of pinkish hair coloration. Her eye color is a little more greenish than bluish on the sea green scale. Very, very bright. I would like those of you with Eerie to roll Eerie. Sense plus Eerie.
Yep.
And yes,
We already knew this was a thing.
you can clearly tell that Lady Corbe has, a
36.
delicate, amulets or markers of the Order of Navigator, in her belt, and Lady Ilarion is wearing a very tiny one.
Two
okay, good.
fives.
Both gate matches. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, you guys both get that slight, prickling in your thumbs or tingling in the back of your neck. Most strongly from Lady Corbe. As you might expect, she is a Magister of the Order of the Navigator, so she is
What I would guess.
she is a Wind Witch for sure.
I would guess also from Annalene.
Yes, but also you get it. You guys have rolled well enough to pick up a little bit of a vibe from Alarion Marin.
Yeah, sorry, Aren.
The rumors are probably true that she has some adept as well with anima. But yes, so also with her is Albatro Pelicanus. Hey, guess what their house sigil is? It's
Pelican?
Yeah. The old Commodore, and just kind of general, politeness. They don't necessarily go for bows and curtsies to the king as much as lots of crisp salutes,
Understandable.
And unless you guys want to specify you salute in some funny way, I think we'll go with a classic British style salute, long way down, short way up,
Yeah.
hand to head.
I think that's a lot of European salutes.
Yeah. The Baroness makes sure to, get her polite diligence to make sure that the Logi group takes everybody's names in, but she does not stay at your table any longer than necessary and moves to her own little corner. Though a short while after, if you guys do not interrupt, the younger Lady Marin, Miss Alarion, will actually be approached by Paz Oro, and the two of them will kind of, get to a table to the side and strike up a slight conversation.
Oh yeah, people
We'll
around
go
the
to
same
the kids'
age.
table.
Kinda, yeah. Like Les said, they're around the same age.
Kids will be kids. Look at the preteens go.
I will probably pay introductions to the heirs Marin.
No.
as well as their. I'm just gonna introduce. I'm just gonna say hi. But I'm not gonna do anything.
I mean, they did come over our tail and introductions were done.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I want to, point out again, you are trying to be the wallflower character. Why are you going out of your way to do introductions?
Because they came over here.
So your nervousness vanishes just because they approach you?
Well, I think in general his nervousness is much lower because he's relieved about the thing. But I want to double check with you. So you're saying you want to make sure to get introductions to them while they are over at your
Yes.
table. Okay. That makes sense, as there was a little bit of a to-do last time you got it from the table. But yes. Well, I guess roll Charm plus Graces then. I assume you.
And I'm not
you're
gonna do
trying to
anything
be more
fancy.
polite.
I'm not gonna do anything special. I just want to try and smooth over whatever impression we may have made.
I mean, you're free to do that. Conrad's sitting next to you glaring at them, so...
That's.
Oh,
I'd be disappointed
in
about
that
this.
case, trust me. The twins are like shoulder to shoulder. They're giving you double stares.
Yeah, no, like...
Conveniently
I'm-
behind their mother's side, so nobody can see.
And I'm not paying attention.
We've noticed.
Well, slightly paying attention. Just not glaring back. I'm just treating this normally.
Okay, you're affecting nonchalance,
Yeah.
or not affecting, as you are very nonchalant. All right. Well, you made 3, so yeah. Talking about smoothing over any impressions. I don't think there's
Probably
much
not.
to smooth over because it appears that their impression of you is picked up not from yesterday, but just in general.
Yeah.
As I said, the Baroness
worth a
Marin has,
shot.
very curt nods, clipped words, just like Lord Marshal, Lady Admiral. Pause for a full beat, and she just like, as polite as you can, would speedruns everybody's names. You do find, like I said, that Lady Corbe is probably a little more like polite and professional. Goes for more of a proper, slight bow or incline of her head to everybody, kind of a thing. And the younger sister, Ilarion, is probably a little more just like nervous about stuff. Like she's. You guys are all the the bigger kids, yeah. But the twins are definitely like, if Conrad's mad dogging them, they're double mad dogging.
I would also try and politely introduce myself to Lady Corday?
Corbe is a B in it,
Corbe. Because she's magical lady.
and also is part of what is technically a monastic order.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I
yes,
find
she would
her-
polite. Yeah, you've already rolled your graces. Don't make you go again. Similar to your introduction with the Lord from House 11 and your other more mystical lore inclined houses. Lady Corbe definitely gives you a polite a polite nod and actually has a note of like utmost respect to your lord father and lady mother, young Gridarvol. It has been some years since I last spoke with them.
Yes, mother and father, unfortunately, are kept a lot at home. But thankfully, my sister is coming of age soon, so hopefully they will be here on the next year.
Another polite nod. Excellent.
Because I think I put her down as 13, so she would be... Right?
Yeah, 14 or 15 is on the lower end, but you've seen some of those people here.
Yeah. I know she's not that much younger than me.
But yes, then any further polite conversation Lady Corbe would make is probably cut off by the Lady Admiral, swooshing everybody away, sweeping them out.
And I'm not standing up to her. Are you kidding me?
Inos is gonna lean over to Nicola. It's like, what were you trying to accomplish with that introduction?
With Lady Corbe?
Just,
I find wind witches fascinating. What? Do you not?
I
Okay.
feel like, not that I want to run anybody's character,
dangerous.
but I feel like there's another person in this conversation who should probably be interested in that statement Nicola made. It's not the one who just deafened and muted.
I knew you were of intellectual pursuits, but I didn't want to find all of them interest in all of them.
I have no interest in learning it, but learning about something is very different.
Fair.
Inos is gonna roll his eyes and like, well, when pursuing the flame of knowledge, make sure you don't get burned. Or drowned in this case.
Or electrocuted.
Yes, we can talk about all the horrible ways I could die. It's fine.
No, it's not. Like, I'm sorry,
I wasn't.
that
Didn't have the actual line about devouring the fruit of knowledge. My bad.
oh.
That was what I was going for.
Oh. But it's like, remember, dear cuz, you might be a student of knowledge and alchemy, but I am a student of words and intentions. And the words that you use in the intention of game may set a precedent that you may not be prepared to handle. So please, even if you want to make a good first impression, please understand that the House Mara and House Logi are not on the most equitable of terms at the moment, and any overtures due on any part can be met with suspicion and ire.
Yes, cousin, I see your point. Yes, my lord brother, I see your point.
Konrad specifically does not look over at Inos when he says that.
No,
And
I just give a.
oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna give you a proud nod, like, yep, correct.
And dear cousin Konrad, would it kill you to not glare for 5 minutes?
When you say this, Lady Maja, who did not seem to have picked up on Conrad's body language before, she kind of like, not like ratchets around, but she definitely like suddenly rotates to you and catches you with a look, Conrad, like, are you glaring at people? Tilts her head very pointedly at
Konrad definitely does the secret move of not saying nothing.
I ain't saying nothing to no one.
He's also definitely not looking over towards his mother.
you. Yes.
That's all like, no matter what
Yeah,
angle you
he's-
look at him, he's looking away. How does he do it?
Leofric kind of like speaks up a little and says, "Well, I understand that our the present disposition of House Marin is a little frosty. It's very unusual considering how warm those islands are. I would also say, while caution is warranted, Master Inos, that we can always look for opportunities to learn and grow. There is a wide world out there, and someday I suspect that not only will Leslok inherit my position as Lord of House Logi, but he will probably come in time to sit upon the King's High Council. And I can assure you that it seems very unlikely that a subsequent generation would steal away the title of Lord or Lady Admiral from House Marin at this point. We all work together in service to the crown, even if perhaps some of that work is a little more disciplined than others.
Of course, Lord Uncle. Inos is saying is leaving a lot unsaid.
Under her, kind of light says, speaks to Leofric kind of undertones to the Marin Kent to say, did the Lady Admiral really not? I'm sorry, Lady Maja's completely lost her accent. I don't know where I'm going with it anymore. Did the Lady Admiral not attend that High Council meeting you were suddenly called away to yesterday? If it kind of, purses lips and says, "No, indeed, the Lady Admiral was occupied with something in the harbor. I believe morning patrols or some such. Perhaps there was some sort of boat tariff to be collected."
At least she shows more decorum than the young Espada.
That is true. Though I would be cautious about speaking to young Master Espada's lack of decorum. While indeed he does seem to be a gloomy and he wouldn't say self-centered, but like God, what's a old-timey euphemism for depressed?
Paralysis
Actually,
demon.
I know.
I don't know.
No, it's no, it's not. Sleep paralysis is nothing to do with being depressed, or does it?
Overcome by a glue.
No, the actual phrase I remembered is it's saturnine, but you guys wouldn't know what that means, so I will say it's an old-timey word for gloomy and depressed.
Yeah.
More saturnine in his countenance. He is still a son of House Espada and an accomplished duelist.
True.
I would be
I
cautious
spoke
about
too
saying
much. I
anything that could be taken
apologize.
as an insult. But yes.
Perhaps I was a little jealous on his ability to skip out on breakfast.
Well, he is a full adult and heir to his house. There is little in this circumstance that Lord Espada can do, having already dragged him all the way here. But you, young Nicola, are a perfectly fine and healthy young man. You can attend all the royal breakfasts you like. Clasp upon shoulder, thump on back.
Yes.
Now
Yes,
eat your
Lord
sausage.
Uncle. Oh,
Good sausage. All right.
Mhm.
We're going to
Sausage.
speed run the next group because you know most of them already. It's House Ich is here finally.
Hey, let's give him the secret northern handshake.
Yes. Lady Mule comes in, introduces the whole bundle of heirs. It's the entirety of the crew you have already met. No additional ones there. There are a couple of adult lords with her. There is Lady Manana Dunwich of House Dunwich, Sigil of the Cauldron, kind of an older grandmotherly-looking woman. She spends her time critiquing and pointing out the food. There's also young Lady Fishgrief's father, Lord Murchad Fishgrief.
his name is Murchad?
Indeed. Literally, you can
Okay.
see it. It's in the list.
Mhm.
Murchad Fishgrief. Head of House Fishgrief, Lord of the Grip's Nest, Lord Commander of the Knights of the Sea Griffin. Lady Dunwich's titles is, Head of House Dunwich, Lady of the Stone Cauldron, Master of the Culinarian Guild. So yes, there's some talking about breakfast and so on and so forth. Countess Mule is actually kind of surprised. She's not the last here. She's like, "Ugh, I thought it might be late. Some of the footmen were celebrating a little too late last night. Devil of a time getting the carriage ready. But we are here. I thought we'd be the last." King, pipes up. "No, indeed. House Verity and House Ferretti are still not here." Some aside glances. Lady Remedios once again throws her hands up and says, "None, I do not know where my cousin is. If you wish, your majesty, I might go to our estates." And he's like, No, don't worry about it. I'm sure the Lord Ferretti is just as perfectionist about his morning wardrobe as he is about planning the event. I do hope that House Verity is here soon, though. They are not known for being late risers. Once again, new round of gossip, grumbling.
So I'm guessing it's
Etc.
beyond the time of, fashionably late?
It's probably edging towards fashionably late. We are We the 2.5 hours it's taken us to do this far is not literal.
Okay.
Probably about an hour has passed, which is probably pushing the fashionably late zone. The next group to arrive is the party from House Verity.
Okay.
They are headed by Duke Tellez Verity, the royal librarian. Duke Tellez is what they would call pure in the family. He's slightly touched by forces beyond he can, by which I mean he is albino. He has pale blonde, almost white hair, kind of purplish reddish eyes, set of spectacles, very pale skin. He is accompanied by his senior wife, Siley of House Whitestone, and his heir, Kefis Verity. Young Kefis looks much like his father, though he is, more of a gold blonde and definitely bright blue eyes. He is also wearing spectacles to adjust his vision. Apparently, despite his young age, his vision is poor. Lords of House Alphen and Pale are there, and again, another first round of a couple of young nobles who you did not meet before, or were not pointed out to you, I should say, because you only met a few people at the Skinny Goat the other day. Major introductions that you note is young lady Rhys Gules of House Gules, or possibly Goulet. Let's go with Gules. She cuts quite a bold figure. Her hair is kind of strawberry blonde. Also got kind of like the pinkish purplish eye color. Rosy cheeked. Her, breakfast frock is very extra pink. Got a couple extra bits of frills. But you definitely note that she's like, comporting herself with a certain, looseness and maneuverability that speaks to maybe some, physical skill. She has a folding fan that she is constantly, fluttering in front of her face.
And
swirling back and forth.
Enos mentally, that's rad.
Yeah. Her, if I can remember to do it, her accent should probably be outrageously French. Oh, good morning, my lords. Oh, it is such a wonderful morning. Come, I must fan myself. That sort of thing. Very melodramatic. In stark contrast to the rest of her house, who are her, house group is much more withdrawn, scholarly looking. You're introduced to Sienna Alphen. House Alphen is sigil of the fox, so she's got kind of like, kind of coppery ginger hair. Again, lots of, rosy cheeks, splash of freckles. Nicola, you would notice, though, she's wearing the appropriate, like, braiding or beading for an apprentice of the Healing Guild. And then young Rena Martlet, heir to House Martlet. Just another, quiet, reserved, young noble lady. Much more withdrawn than Rhys Gules. Though she certainly seems to have done a decent amount of work with her her hairstyle and speaks in a light, clear tone. But the Duke comes in and says, "Good morning, everyone. Terribly sorry about that. Large party coming in.
Oh, what about
Hope
the
you've met my
heir?
son Kifus. Yes, run around."
Oh, sure.
What were you saying, Dallas?
Sorry, I didn't hear. Did you? Is the heir to them coming?
Yes, he's right here.
He's there.
Oh,
I literally
that's
just
right.
said Duke Tellez is like, "Have you met my son Kifus?" Yes.
I will happily introduce.
Yes.
Konrad will be a little more forward in introductions just because House Verity is kind of our other neighbor, even
Yeah.
if there's a sea in
They're much
between them.
closer.
So
Yeah, they're just across the channel.
Enos is actually rather subdued.
Yes.
No interest in the House of Nerds.
No, not necessarily interested in the House of Gods.
Even so, Enos, young Lady Gules goes out of her way
Oh,
to,
son of a bitch.
introduce herself to you, flutter her fan at you, bat her eyelashes, and says, "Oh, indeed. I have heard the young ward of House Logi is quite a sight for sore eyes. But I have heard you are an eloquent conversationalist, sir. Will you please not show us your skills, mon ami?" Oh. Flutter, flutter. Eyelash, eyelash.
So I'm guessing Conrad's not Conrad. Logesh is doing the same thing I'm doing in real life, leaning back and waiting to listen to this exchange.
Yes. While this is going on, young Lord Cephas Verity is much more like forthrightly polite. He's actually quite happy to see all of you shake hands. Yes, hello. Cephas Verity, how are you doing? Yes. Adjust my spectacles. Yes, this is my voice. I'm the nerdy one. Yes. Mr. Logi, so good to see you. Shake
I
hands.
like
Shake hands.
solving crimes also.
No, I haven't invented detective work yet. We'll save that for after the time skip.
Maybe I can invent that with you.
Yes, buddy cop.
So which
he-
one is
Cephas Verity's a little frail, but he would absolutely be down to invent buddy cop detectives.
I'm a minor practitioner of medicine, haven't you know?
Oh, so
probably doesn't know what
you're he'll be Sherlock.
Well, whoever's watching's got to have a gun.
I have
Honestly,
the gun.
I think Leslok would be Sherlock because he's thinking of taking the eidetic memory esoteric discipline.
Yes.
Cephas Verity is probably much more your Dr. Watson, though he is
But
quite sharp.
it would
as
probably
well.
it would be more of an equal kind of fare than Watson and Sherlock.
But yes, Enos, you are being
So does that mean
practically
Leslok-
accosted.
Does that
By
mean Leslok
the
is gonna
Duchess
be Harold
Saladin,
next
correct?
No, Lady
Lady
Schools.
Schools.
Reschools. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes, the very pink
The
one.
very pink one. Well, sorry, I was lost. I'm sorry, there's a lot of names happening, and it's very hard for me to keep track of them.
Same. I kind of.
Sadly, this is there's no real good way to do this because you're at a social function where lots of people show up at once.
I know. I'm not like complaining so much as just like I am admitting my flaws.
And feel free to ask for reminders about who's where. I've
Yeah, I'm
tried
going
to
to
kind of
have
like
to.
break up the groups by like ages usually.
Yeah,
So
no.
you can see you've got the higher lords and then the younger ladies. But yeah, this is a reschool.
No, like I like
It's
I'm
the
not
thing
real.
of-
I like this. It's just again, I am lacking.
It's a thing
So
we
have to
probably
constantly have the dramatic personae just up
Yeah, I know, I'm
all the
constantly
time.
Oh no,
looking at
it's been
Where?
I have not looked at my character sheet once. I've looked at the dramatic personae all night.
it is a situation of if we had like a table, we'd probably just have like stands with like names on them.
Yes.
I would probably have to actually bust out seating charts. Yes, that would be very appropriate
God.
for the genre.
Might actually help.
Maybe
actually,
for the feast.
But Inos will, he's still hiding behind his veil, but he'll put some energy into his voice and be like and have a chance to have a conversation with such a charming lady as yourself. I would be delighted, no, thrilled to have the opportunity.
Oh, your way with words is indeed as fantabulous as they say. Oh,
Did you
alas,
just say
it's communal
fantabulous?
breakfast. Yes, I did say fantabulous. How dare you?
I don't actually say that out loud. I want to be very clear.
Good. She probably put your eyes out with her fan. Are you questioning my vocabulary, sir?
I read the word in a book once.
She may have just invented it. What were you saying, Loth?
I was like, I don't think that's a word.
Gotcha. My house is. I don't know how to say for the French accent, like us, them's, we's. Maybe I should say we's. Our house is so well known for our distinct literature and style of writing. Oh, but yes, no. It is a delight to hear you speak, sir. Oh, yes. We shall have to chat more. And perhaps after breakfast.
Enos, deep, it'd be my pleasure.
Alas, my bold, striking, womanly figure requires food. Perhaps a sweet roll. Come. And yes, Loth typed it about the gal pals. Yes, it seems like, despite the fact that he's the heir of his house, Kevin Verity is kind of the outer fringe of his own crew, and it's his presumably distant cousin, because House Ghoulish is a cadet branch, who leads like this gal pal trio of herself, Lady Alphen, and Lady Martlet, and they, whoosh, away to the breakfast table. Duke Verity kind of adjusts his spectacles and is like, yes, you should probably go for breakfast as well. But do not worry, my friends. I have sent my second lady wife, who is a relative of the Lord Ferretti, to go find them. I'm sure they will be along shortly. I saw that their carriage had not yet departed. No, excuse me.
Oh, I don't like this.
It's just the breakfast. What possibly happened?
And, settle in. Well, luckily, mere minutes after that conversation occurs, as if he waited for exactly the most dramatic moment, Willoughby Ferretti appears, finally.
Gotcha.
Sweeps in. He's wearing an incredibly fashionable coat. Waistcoat, perfect. Silk, flowers embroidered upon it. He's got, again, kind of, several ladies and gentlemen here are kind of graying at the fringe, but he's got, light brown hair that is, again, becoming a little grayed. His beard perfectly trimmed, all in order. Kind of, gentle green eyes. He walks in with a stick, sets it aside. Terribly sorry, sirs. My most sincere apologies. I had to make sure everything was just right for the Dance of Blossoms tonight. Yes, everything is perfectly fine. I am terribly sorry, Your Royal Highness. It's quite all right, Lord Ferretti. You are here now. Let us finish our round of introductions, eat our meals, and, of course, gives him a cough and a nod, and he says, "Of course, my lord, of course, yes, of course." But first, introductions, yes. So, you would probably know this. Duke Verity has a second wife he's taken very recently. She is formerly of House Ferretti. She is Lord Ferretti's younger sister, Duchess Celandine. You are introduced to her because she was the one who made sure everybody's out there. And then we run through the Ferretti crew. Count Willoughby Ferretti. Lord Chamberlain, Steward of the Royal House. Lord of Arbor, don't you know? Interestingly enough, the Lord Ferretti is not accompanied by a spouse, nor are his acknowledged daughters you met the other day here. His son Egan is, however. You once again see the heirs to House Bowen, Woodrose, and Quatrefoil, who you met previously at the Skinny Goat.
Yep.
And senior lords in House Ferretti include the Lord of House Bowen, Kalen Bowen, the Longshanks. He's very tall. That's why he's called Longshanks. Lady Quatrefoil and Lady of House Laurel as well. So yeah, very honestly, very tight and small party that he's brought with.
So
you
he
actually,
didn't
because
bring
you
his
took
two
you're
daughters?
taking the esoteric discipline, you actually have student of fashion, right?
Yes.
Make whatever role is better for you, Enos, student fashion or scrutinize.
Definitely gonna be fashion. I don't have scrutinize, buddy.
Okay.
It makes no sense for my wealth one to work on this, does it?
No, you probably can't spend wealth on this role.
Yeah, okay. So it'll be 40. Ah! I got it somehow.
All right, you're
This
cooking.
is the joy of one roll engine. You're just like, yeah, probably not. Then you're like, yes. You're like, oh.
Oh, hey, force, nice.
It is a coin
Enos,
flip.
you are probably of the opinion that the Count Ferretti was not merely making sure things for the events were just right, but also his personal fashion.
Mm-hmm.
He has a, perfectly selected pocket watch on a chain. He has just the right cloth square in his breast pocket of his waistcoat. His belt buckle is pristinely selected. The cuffs of his shirt sleeves, immaculate, polished. He has a fresh, sprig of flower in his collar.
I'm going to assume that the reason why he arrived right now because he calculated this would be the exact amount of time he would need to get ready and not be late.
You've rolled successes on your fashion roll. You're reasonably certain you are correct. Yes. He seems to have picked the exact right moment, the most dramatic area to show up, knowing that all the other members of the High Council would grumble and goop at him, for being late and holding everybody up. But we do a regular round of introductions. Young Lord Egan Ferretti does not show any signs of Leslok's slight faux pas yesterday. He is, merely static and polite. The younger Lord
Does he
Ferretti is
look-
not nearly as polished and clean cut as his father.
Man, I wish I took empathy.
Yeah. Well, you could ask your question anyway. Maybe it will be so obvious it doesn't require an empathy roll.
Does he look concerned with the absence of his sisters?
No. Honestly, without rolling, I won't even make you roll empathy. Ian's probably a little on edge because his dad is here, but he seems much more comfortable and relaxed in this, formal social setting than he was at the bar, even though his crew were, drinking it up at the bar and, paying for songs to be run. He's run a comb through his hair. His shirt sleeves are pressed, though, again, his collar's slightly, skew if he's nowhere near as pressed and ironed as his Lord Father is. All right. But everybody is here if you want to do any rounds. You've got a brief moment of conversifying, eating.
I think I've conversed with most of the people I wanted to. Oro, Espada, the Crown family.
Yeah.
Egg.
Is this kind of the time for socializing, or is it like everyone's
Yes.
here now? Kind of the okay.
Yeah.
Now you've
I might talk
got
a
a few
little.
moments.
Yeah. I might just talk,
let's
make
see.
polite. Oh,
I introduced myself to Cheval. I don't want to introduce myself to Marn. I have no real interest in Ferretti. Listen, I've been doing introductions for like fucking an hour now, man. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's
Don't
see.
you yap, Loth. You haven't spoken to anybody.
Exactly.
So
That's my master
Konrad
plan.
is going to make his way around to all the house table, specifically trying to chat with anyone who looks like they have kind of a martial bearing.
Oh, you're gonna go rattle your sword at him, eh?
No, I'm going to talk shop.
Rattle swords.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
so I
first-
specifically, I did note which one was it? The four from Cheval, the three like knights type guys.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna go talk to them.
All right. Step
Um,
1: you make me a graces roll.
All right.
We'll see how polite you are.
I have something in mind, but I need to think on who's actually here.
Yeah, this might not.
Well,
be
lots
too
of
good.
people are here. Double check with me if you need a reminder of the guest list. There's a lot of them. Now that you're full up, the breakfast room is not like packed,
make
but
it.
it's quite good. Okay.
Did make a match, so
Nice.
All right. You're quite polite. Now make me your choice of either a sense plus empathy roll or I think this would be no plus tactics, I think. It would not be
Empathy-
strategy.
Empathy is a little bit better.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
No match.
Alrighty.
Said hi.
Yeah, you go around, make sure to take a crack. Indeed, the everybody from House Cheval appears to have brought a more, like I said, military or chivalric bearing. All of them are, squires, or even Jalen Fukan is old enough to be ranked herself as an actual, dame, a knight.
Mhm.
Um, they're all full of plenty of polite words. Can't really get a read on anybody's talents or proclivities per se, but you do spot out a few. Um,
Probably like ask some polite questions about like their like if they
Yeah.
are part of an order, what their order and stuff like that. Just like
yeah,
making small talk, being sociable.
you pick up some names. The Falcon family, has the Falcon Knights. Ritter Hall is associated with the core house Cheval, and Canton is a cadet branch, so that's there. You hear about the Order of the Gavial.
Hmm.
The chivalric order associated with the Mare Cage. Swamp.
Yeah, very
Actually,
difficult to fight in the swamp.
aye. These may be the first words you've heard Vance Marai speak.
You can speak.
Honestly, some of the Ivers Bowen should probably have like a page or squire hood as well, because I think his father is the Green Knights. But yes, out of the I'm just going by the way in the order my notes are assembled.
Yeah, it's fine.
Out of the Ferretti crew, honestly, not a lot of them are super like martially inclined in the way you would expect, like fencing. House Bowen's sigil is a bow, and certainly Ivers Bowen
There's
has big beefy longbow arms.
Yeah.
And
And there's the
I
wild
mentioned
men.
Cadron Woodrose the previous day at the Skinny Goat. He's a big lad, so you expect he does something, but he does not seem like a fencer or a swordsman.
Um, as Konrad leaves Flirty, he will like kind of almost in passing give Aegon a very brief apology if he disturbed their gathering last night.
No, yeah, Egan kind of like suddenly like, oh shit, you're talking to me. Oh, I gotta be polite. You don't need empathy to run on that one. He's just kind of like very brief deer in headlights, and then ratchets in polite. Of course not. Of course not. Don't think of it, Lord Logi. A passing conversation.
I'll give Haldren kind of a nod after I do that also, because he's the big man that kind of
Yeah.
stepped up.
Yeah, he's a big. Are you gonna swing by the bar and table?
Oh no, sorry, that wasn't for Konrad. That was me making a decision as Enos.
Yes, because
Okay.
it would be rude to
Rude
neglect
to skip
them.
them. Yes. All right. Again, you get a fairly curt round of talk, but you did succeed on your graces, so they have to like actually like rise to meet your level of politeness. Definitely, you think that the twins are probably the most like martially adept out of the crew, other than perhaps the young heir to House Wake, because he is
He is a lieutenant.
yeah, he's actually a lieutenant. He's in his uniform. He probably knows a few things about fighting on the deck of a ship. House of Spada, surprising nobody. All three of their young people actually at the table, because Paloma Espada is sitting with the princess. All of them look martially inclined.
I'll definitely chat with
can
them.
see that.
How does Inara react when I come over? Or when Conrad comes over?
She is once again, very polite.
Okay.
Working it out. It gives you, a nod. Young Lord Logi, pleasure to see you again.
Pleasure to see you as well.
If you did not before, she makes sure to point out her associates, Katina Pantera. and Gundisel Sid.
Pleasure. And yeah, then after the kind of introductions, I'll chat with them a little about sword play and stuff.
Swords and stuff.
I'm adding a note. Katita Pantera should be a squire in the Lionheart order. Young Lord Sid does appear to actually does have some martial talent, but you believe that is probably because his family have a strong line in swordsmithery specifically.
Okay.
So obviously that means he knows a few things about how to use and make of the swords. Yeah, he's got some comments. Okay. In-house Oro. The only one you think might have a martial inclination is Tigridia Lampago. She definitely comports herself like, not literally their bodyguard, because of course she's the heir to her own, banner house, but you definitely think like her body language and the way she like maneuvers with the others is she's there to cover for, House Rearmouse, House Emmett, etc. If it were ever come down to a contest of strength or steel.
Okay.
And in case you couldn't guess, from her being Squire of the Knights of the Gilded Rose, again, out of House Verity, it's just reschools.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll definitely talk to her. Definitely not on the same level that she was able to talk to Inos, but yeah, probably a little back-footed when trying to talk to her because she is very much like Inos, and let's be perfectly honest, Konrad cannot get the one up on Inos in a social contest. So
no, yes, Lady Goals is very polite, but also very dramatic, and she flutters her fan, and it's like, no, and I cannot wait to see the famous sword play of House Logi. You are known for your steel everywhere.
I'll be sure to show it as much as possible once some of those competitions come around.
Of course. And normally I would take that dramatic incident for Lord Frady to get off his tuchus and announce the day's event schedule, but I believe that Enos said he had some thoughts about some stuff.
Oh, no. I'm just going to say that while Konrad would be doing this, Enos would chug a glass of fruit juice and, rally himself to actually finish the round of introductions. He doesn't want to actually snub anybody, so...
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually have...
You'll hit your leg. Okay.
Yeah.
You got the Xenos.
Listen, he's the first Iron Demon to be here in a while. He needs to make a good impression upon everybody if he wants to secure...
Why don't you go ahead and make me one final Fascinate roll, then?
Okay.
Yep. Take front and center stage, my man.
So, this is for my good social debut. So, no, Polly?
How about you, young Logesh? No interest in the stage today? This is Leofric.
I have other chances to get acquainted with everyone else.
There are 62.
Let's just let people enjoy the breakfast for now.
Pair of sixes.
I had a question. Wait.
Right,
Took me a moment to spot the pair of sixes. I was like, uh-oh, not again.
I literally did the same thing. I was like,
oh no, that's my favorite
surely
part
not
about this
upset.
specifically is hunting for those matches. That feeling of like, oh shit, did I whiff? No, I got it.
No,
Good.
no, you guys didn't know. I actually leaned into my monitor to stare at those numbers.
Of course, yeah. That's just like reading the dice. Leslok, you have a question.
Yes. I don't know if we're wrapping up this part right now, but I wanted to ask, I guess, who was the person who said that who hasn't infected detective work yet?
It's Kevis Verity.
Oh,
The Verdes.
perfect. Because I actually wanted to talk to him about what it's like to be in the Royal Library. But
Well, maybe not the Royal Library. That's his father's, the Royal Librarian, but
I mean, it's still been there.
yes. We have very excellent libraries. I do not like to. I would not step on anybody's parade, but perhaps a tour could, perhaps a visit would be in order this coming week. And of course, he would actually, go for light friendly tap on the shoulder. And of course, you're so close. You simply must come down for some time to see the great Astrologue Observatoire.
I've heard it's quite
You've-
impressive
Yes,
impressive
many,
work.
many astrological records, uh, genealogical records. The star charts are simply amazing. Nothing like the real thing, of course, but you have to know what you're looking at. I've heard the view of the night sky in Norlon is quite pressing in winter, though it's quite cold. Must say, Tron does not get quite so cold in winter. Oh, actually, and I think I missed her, but let me double check on my notes. I should also say, I don't know if she was with the rest of her family or not, but Bishop Clemens Verity would have showed up as well.
Okay.
I just realized that she's in my list, but I have not actually called out her name. Let me see. I've got it
I
really
don't
bolded.
think you mentioned her when Verity came in, but
Oh, yes, it is my bad. Her name is not bolded, but it should be with the rest of House Verity. I do not know if anybody would want to make sure to hit her up in the intro, but yeah, she's present as well. The Royal Chaplain, Clerk of the Closet.
Leslok would give his regard. But
yeah, probably, yeah, definitely kind of a little deeper show of respect when she came
Sure.
by, but
Yes.
But I never actually had a chance to. Actually, I have one question: are there Northern Lights in Norland?
That's a good world building question. You guys have the special winner. You should probably be in the range. Do you think you have an aurora?
I think we have an aurora.
Because I feel like that's something with those.
Listen, I want some. I
Yeah.
want more beauty in our land. So yes, we have an aurora.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I
you
want to
have
bring that up
Northern
as being like something if the Calvus is like, well, if you ever come to Stonehearth, I'd love to show you, I guess, the lights of the solstice.
Oh, that would be marvelous. Perhaps, well, I dare say my Lord Father will not be too pleased about a winter visit to Stonehearth. I'm sure you understand. But, perhaps you have some manner of free time. I'd love to talk more, but I believe Lord Ferretti is about to speak. Hold on.
Hmm.
So yes, we will, because it has been 3 hours of breakfast.
I could have cut an hour of that one.
But yes, Lord Ferretti will yes, step up and say, yes. Of course, as His Majesty says, it is time to talk about our day. So, you know, walks over to the Logi, area, whips out a piece of paper, hands it to the Lord Marshal. Lord Marshal, if you would please. And if it kind of, briefly reads it, and he's like, very well then. As your Lord Marshal, in accordance with the High King and the Lord Chamberlain, after the royal breakfast concludes shortly, you shall all invited to go to the tourney grounds for the horsemanship course. Of course. After a light luncheon, we shall have the famous jousting tournament. Hope everybody's ready for that. And a round of foot racing. So indeed, it will be very physical today. After that, of course, after a light supper, we shall return to the Palace of the Dawn, or some of you, are young folk will, the Dance of Blossoms. Leofric is about to probably read a little more on that, but Count Ferretti interrupts him a little. Yes, just to remind everyone, this is a formal ball. Best dress required. It will nominally be invitational, of course, but I can assure the young lords and ladies of appropriate age, all of you shall have received your invitations. Now, obviously, this is for making a social debut. It's meant for the young people, so obviously we will have a few things. Her Royal Highness, the Queen, and her ladies-in-waiting will be there to receive visitors, and the royal children are invited, of course. And, of course, I, the Lord Marshal, shall announce and present guests, and there may be other members as chaperones. Yes, thank you, of course, Lord Marshal. Now, remember, this is not a performance, it's a social event. You will be arriving unpaired, of course. I insist, please. Make friends, dance, be merry. But not too merry. I shall hope no one shall be spiking the punch.
I should totally spike the punch.
And I'm quite happy with our arrangement for this. It's the latest fashion, the dance card. All of our young ladies shall be receiving them. Or, of course, may bring their own. It is, of course, considered much more fashionable for the young man to ask for a dance, so the ladies shall have dance cards. Every piece of music shall be listed at what time it shall play, and pencil in your dance partners. And of course, there shall be wonderful performances. Best students in the arts and crowns, visiting performers from Tron and Akonar. Yes, do not forget, my friends. It is I, Baron Macaris, in case you can't tell from this accent. Albrecht Sipos is perfecting his new number as we speak. And of course, as per petition, no arms at the event. So do not even think of starting a duel, young sirs and ladies. I'm sure you can all settle your differences equitably with your words. No need to roll, but those of you who have some dice in empathy or graces can probably tell. Well, Count Ferretti does say that it will not be a competition. People who do not show well at the dances, if they make a poor showing, or do not have a lot of dances on their cards, will probably be socially judged.
Mm-hmm. Had a feeling.
Keep that in mind.
Omega, what's the rule
Of
to
course,
spike the
Marcus.
punch?
Enos, I
I haven't said anything
I
to you
would
guys.
You will have to pre-acquire the boozer hall, keeping in mind that you will be in a carriage ride with the Lord Marshal, the chaperoniest chaperone.
Great. Dad, I don't think Dad will want. That would be like very not good looking on all of us if you get found out.
That's if we get found out.
Just making sure Enos knows. Also, you speak in French. But yes. Sorry. Tap my mic. Sorry, dropped a pen. But Marcus Stranton interrupts and says, as an aside, for our adult guests, there will be an informal dinner party in the Royal Garden of Grenspear. So I'm sure I will see some of you there. Good luck to you all. And then you have time to basically finish breakfast, and it's time to probably, pop back into the carriage and throw your overcoats on. Maybe send your footman for new clothes, as it is time to head to the horsemanship course.
Oh, we're just going straight there, huh?
Yeah.
I will be watching. I'll be watching during this and the joust, so I might as well see if I can socialize between during the onlook. Yes.
Yeah, so it's taken us 8 hours to get here, counting the 5 hours of last session. But I do actually have some rules aren't really the way to say it, but I have some way of handling the festival. So you're gonna have several time slots per day, usually 2 morning, 2 afternoon, 1 evening. Obviously, your first morning slot's taken up by the royal breakfast, and your evening slot this day is taken up by the dance. But there may actually be contests or other meetings taking place at night. Each competition has a role associated with it. I will ask if any of you wish to roll it out. I'm going to roll 2 sets of dice. One will be just a general 4D for everybody else to see a vibe. And then I'll have one specific NPC who's the clear favorite who is at 6 dice, and I will make sure to keep it in mind. I will be keeping a little tally of how many contests you participate in and win, both personally and as a group. Obviously, if you guys want to have a good showing as House Logi, more wins is better. But also, fucking up in some of these contests may result in you maybe embarrassing yourselves, but also possibly getting your butts kicked. Attorney Lance may only do shock damage, but it is very painful, so watch out for that. But again, I will be taking note of skips as well, of what events your house did not participate in.
I mean, this should surprise nobody. I'm probably only going to be participating in one event today.
I'm probably doing the same and the dance because I will be doing in the running.
Well, yeah, I'm also doing running because I know how to run.
We might have some bold members for the foot race.
I don't know how to ride a horse, so I don't want to try that and jousting.
It's true.
I will die in jousting.
Oh, very well. But yeah, so you guys,
I have a question. Is the horsemanship and jousting, or are they 2 separate events?
2 separate events.
And ride is just
Set
what,
up so there's
coordination?
Yeah, coordination plus ride.
I mean, I don't have ride, but I got 3Ds in coordination, and having a successful social debut probably means putting a good foot forward. So I got 4D in that. I could. Enos will attempt the horsemanship one.
All right.
Just
Anybody
I
else?
only
wanna
I
put
only
aside
have
for
2D
horsemanship?
because like I just don't.
Got 3D, but you know what? Never hurts to try, even if I do fail.
Actually, could you use your polearm skill for land for the lance?
Couple of bold comers. No, it is definitely
No.
coordination plus lance.
Oh,
Just
okay.
lance is very different.
I will also hazard a try at the horsemanship. I want to be very specific on that, as I don't even think I can hold a lance.
No, you would have a problem. I think you would need both arms, or we need some way to put a shield in your prosthetic.
Not do. Yeah, no, I will try the horsey.
so you're gonna do running and horsemanship?
Oh, you can feel
No,
free to.
yeah, I'll
to
just
hit
stick
up
to
as many-
running.
I mean,
I'll
you
just
can-
stick to running.
Well, sounds like there's gonna be hours between. so
Remember,
time
there
to-
are several days involved.
True
so,
enough.
Yeah.
Feel free to hit up as many events as you personally want to hit up, but also, like I said, don't feel forced to try out everything.
I want to attend at least events.
Run that by me again.
I want to at least be there I want to at least attend it at least.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes, I suspect most of you will be expected to attend. I do want to say though, if you are not participating in an actual contest, you have plenty of time for vignettes to grab other NPCs, at least hoping that they are not also heavily participating. Talk amongst yourselves, possibly even slip out for shenanigans. Though again, this will probably be most people will be showing up at the horsemanship course.
I mean, I've gotten an invitation, but I feel like I want to weirdly wait a day on that.
Well, it's only polite to not,
Yeah, it feels weird to just immediately do that. So
So, you guys bus out to the city's parade grounds, known as the Hippodrome. It's used for festivals like this. The horsemanship course will have technically several different events, but obviously we're rolling once to just showcase your general ability. There will be, general riding ability checks, not a proper, like, full-on horse race, but there will be, speed, races and timed events. There'll be navigating obstacles, jumps and such, and just general showmanship riding. This event is being, judged by the Master of Horse, of course, the Duchess Cheval, naturally.
I'm just curious who of House Cheval and Ferretti aren't actually participating directly in the event.
Well, I'm pretty sure everybody from House Cheval is going to be.
yeah,
in
I was
horse
like,
ride.
I
Okay.
don't think anyone in House Cheval
Fair
is
enough.
skipping out on horse riding.
Even if Vance Marai doesn't look like he's the most gifted at it, he'll try. Their sigil is the horse.
Oh yeah, fair. I guess Ferretti
Actually,
then
this is
is.
a good question. Would
Like I figure honestly, like there'll be more people that like don't do jousting because that's a little more into it. But
yes,
if you're
that's
the
more
house with a
specific.
horse,
Yeah. Honestly, actually, probably not a lot of Ferretti would go up on the horsemanship. The Air Egan Ferretti would, and that's probably about it.
Oh okay.
They're not
yeah,
really.
Nicola will sit out the horsemanship one.
Uh,
I want to roll to see what I would have gotten and how bad
Okay,
it would
do
have
that.
been.
It is going to be coordination plus ride.
Okey-doke.
And funnily enough, your favored NPC to win this is actually, if you're listening out, Nerissa Petiroy.
Oh wow.
All right, but who would like to give horsemanship a crack?
I would.
All right,
I would.
then please roll me your coordination plus ride pool.
No,
If
thank
the
you.
0 is 0 on ride, so be it.
Else I will say to you, I think because you have high 10, you at least don't bungle it.
I
Well,
wouldn't
he's not
face
actually rolling. He
plant.
just wanted to see. Holy shit, Enos!
Wow, Enos.
Oh, not too
Damn it.
bad either.
Well,
The general
Actually, I don't think you fall off the
57s.
horse.
I don't fall off a horse. I do pretty good. I am quicker. What?
No.
Oh.
Have
And
to
then
be
60,
what?
not 60.
Those are coin.
That-
Those are coin flips.
Does that flip coins? Yeah, okay, interesting. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was like the binary code. Who?
Oh.
2 3s. You know, you might win this.
I might. It depends.
Well, I do believe in this case that in a contest like this, height matters. So
I just want to say if
Hmm?
sorry, but if it ends up with me falling off of my horse, Logesh would just laugh it off.
You got a 10. You probably don't fall off your horse.
I just don't
It's
think you
probably
landed.
very clear though that you have no points in ride, right?
Yes.
It's probably very clear to the audience that you have not been formally taught how to ride a horse. So, you do not fall off, but the horses are probably a little skittish around you. You can only do like the most basic of like circuits and turns.
No, in which case I'll
Definitely
just be
can't do
having a
any
good
funny
time then.
obstacles. But yeah, well, proving that dice pools aren't everything. Similarly, Enos, you don't know how to fucking ride a horse, but how hard can it be?
I'm motherfucking Inos.
And you are quite dashing. A little crude, you have to take a couple of your slip ups and turn them into, jokes or pantomimes, get a little exaggerated in there. You do not trust yourself to be good enough, even with a wide set, to actually do obstacle courses like jumps and stuff. But you actually win a couple of races and are definitely a very showy rider.
I suggest
And you actually come out ahead of Lady Nerissa. What's up, Leslok?
I think he charmed his. I think he actually like bonded with his horse very well.
Oh no, the horse probably likes you.
Yeah. No, like I said, we're not a I am not someone who's a master of horrors, but I can get along with anyone, including animals.
That said, I think the most natural with the 2 sevens is that even though people thought that Nerissa Petiroy was a better show writer, it is not that surprising that Agave Cheval comes up and cleans up the horsemanship competition with the advanced techniques of her house.
Yeah, no.
Technically, she would also not be rolling just 4D for ride, but I didn't single her out as the favorite, so.
Second place, pretty good.
Yeah, no, like I said, you take home a couple of small ribbons and things for winning races.
Yeah, no. Well, again, considering this was a fuck it choice, no, this is better than I kind of expected.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Proud pat on the back from Logesh.
Mm.
Since we both tried our best and you clearly got the better.
Well, I'm not participating in jousting, so...
Oh,
Well,
God,
first, lunch.
Oh,
Hey, lunch.
Like luncheon, you've got vegetable soup, fresh bread,
soup!
butter, fruit.
Butter.
Yes, butter for your fresh bread. You probably got a non-hardened cider or a very diluted wine for drinks.
I'll take a non-alcoholic cider.
Yeah.
That shit's-
Nobody wants to get crunk before a joust, but again, water purity. Even if you know about boiling it, there's only so safe water can be.
True.
So you will not drink usually just plain water. While you guys are eating luncheon at probably some nearby tables inside or around the hippodrome, on the tourney grounds, they are reconfiguring it for lanes and jousts.
Small little hurrah for Enos for getting second place and collecting 4 ribbons.
Here's to Inos, the best rider of us all.
Well, now you're just embarrassing me, cuz.
Enos, you can actually get on a horse. I think the horses smell Ignis when I try and get on them. Morph.
Everhelm
Yeah, a
Ferran,
little bit of
pats Enos on the back and says, "Aye, Master Enos, you did very well. Thought I'd have to step in. Not as good with my horses as with my swords and pikes."
I'm sure you do a good showing at Helmsman.
Aye, well, I'm better than you, big boy.
Oh, it was atrocious.
At least you stayed on your horse this time.
I'm fairly
Thank
certain
you,
I would
Pat.
not have been able to hold the reins.
Nicola is kind of like, I'm sure we can arrange something about that. It's all about configuration. Solid reins, good stirrups. I've heard some of those people from Cheval ride, what do you call it, bareback? No saddle or bridle at all.
Fascinating.
Sounds painful.
I can't imagine how they do it.
So, any conversation you guys want to have over lunch or during the tourney with anybody specific?
I want to gush about all the girls we met.
All right. You got a list? You want to get in there?
Let me pull up. Actually, no, I have a question. What about our own house? What's happening to Lady Ike and Lady Essex? Lady Lucy. What are they up to?
Right now, they're just chilling you at the horse grounds.
All right, I will not gossip about other girls in front of our own esteemed ladies.
I mean, you can be fairly certain that Ika Wayland does not care.
Nope.
Probably not, no, but it's still impolite.
She may have indeed made some pointed questions about your interactions with one Reschools.
With who?
Reschools.
Oh, Reschools.
The what?
Never seen you be
The
tongue-tied.
fan.
Never seen you be tongue-tied, Master Inos.
It's not often you meet your female doppelganger.
Nah, they don't look anything like.
It's
There's...
Inos will, you know.
Konrad smirks over towards Nicola.
Well, shrug. It's like, oh, the good lady was so exotic in a land of exotics.
Not the words I would have used, but I see your point.
Oh, I'm sorry, my immediate.
Hey, listen, if you want to be catty to
I will be,
Lady
yes,
Wayland,
I will be a Lady Cannon. Yes, I'm pretty sure your vocabulary is more used to words like thunk, bang, crash.
I indeed. I've
And on the
never
bellows.
read nor spoken the word fantabulous.
I still don't think that's a word.
I didn't think how you can apply that to hammer or anvil. Or tongs, even.
I'd be careful
You
though.
have a
Witness. I'm
fantastical
pretty sure
website.
she knows how to fight also. So
Aye.
How do you think they
Just go
would?
for the light step.
And I will just say, I was not tongue-tied with Ray Goose. I was more tongue-tied with Rare Mouse.
Yeah, that was... I was going to say, I think our proximity has given you a taste for more pallid women.
What are you talking about, dear? Because I have a taste for all women.
Maybe I should say weakness then. I'm not one to talk.
Konrad nods.
I should probably be quiet.
That is a fact.
Oh, well, I will just say I am excited to see what comes of the dance tonight. The dance cards. I've heard of them, but interesting. It's almost like a competition to get a lady's favor.
how do they work exactly?
Oh, they're quite
I
simple,
don't...
actually. Basically, all the ladies will have a dance card, probably an actual physical card, or maybe some of the more interesting ones will have fans. Basically, a gentleman will approach a lady and ask for a specific dance, and if she agrees, she will pencil him in on her dance card, basically given an agreement that they will have this dance together. Now, of course, since you can only have one partner per dance, that means that you can only have so many partners. So, some of the more popular ladies will get, well, swarmed, for lack of a better term, and, well, others...
And we're just supposed to do this, right? Like during the dance.
Oh, yeah.
Aye, yes. There's no pre-planning.
There's no pre-planning. Oh, I guarantee you, there's already those planning to ask who for who and what for what. Like I said, like the good Lord Chamberlain said, you know, actually he didn't actually say it, inferred, like, while this isn't a strict contest, it is more a game of social maneuvers.
And I expect ye to be socially maneuvering to fill up my own card rather swiftly, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
It would be my delight.
Excellent.
But I am going to be quite greedy myself. I do believe we'll have two of the crown princesses in attendance. If I could get that first dance, it would send the titters through the kingdom.
You probably have a
well.
better chance than I do.
I'd love to see you try, but I suspect there'll be a wall of gentlemen and even some ladies willing to take a dance.
I am curious about that.
About what?
How does one go about asking for a dance if they are a man? Or if they are a woman, rather.
Well, you've got 2 dance cards. Just pencil each other in.
Yes.
Yeah,
I suppose it's easier if you're a lad and you have to take a turn with another lad. You just agree,
yes. There's
like gentlemen.
there's nothing against dancing with another man or lady dancing with another lady. But again, this is one of those things of, it's Inos, pauses to think about this. A polite fiction, I believe it would say.
Why would you want to do that?
It's because we're a bunch of lords and ladies of powerful houses, and everyone is trying to gain an advantage somewhere. Maybe finding a connection between the heirs of 2 noble houses. At a dance. What?
By dancing with another bloke?
Oh, not that. Ika pinches her nose. Oh. Konrad, sometimes you're as thick-headed as my old man.
No, Konrad, I'm talking about the event in general. Well, it's...
Oh, okay. Well, I was talking about, ladies dancing with ladies and men dancing with men.
Well, yes, as like I was trying to say, there's nothing wrong with it, but it is not the intention of it, as they are trying to use the dance as a potential way to set up potential marriage agreements.
It is a traditional form of courtship. For places that are not Norland.
Lodian circle spins a few times. Okay.
I image Ignis running in the wheel.
The hamster wheel just
The Ignis wheel.
Yes.
Okay, so it's like when you don't want to get married or something, you find other people to dance with. I got it.
I worry for your future wife. Or husband, I suppose.
Nah, not a husband.
It's not the younger
I'll probably
Logi's
steal him
style.
from off his feet.
Well, probably only after she beats him in a duel.
You wouldn't have it any other
It's like
way.
a dream.
You stole my joke.
Cousin, I
I mean,
work
she doesn't have
the
to win.
future of
I
our
guess I'd be
house.
glad that she knows how to fight, so.
Anyway, I am not staying around for the joust. what do I want to do? There's so much city and not enough time. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. We have like 1 slot before the dance, right?
Nope, it's 2 slots.
2 slots. Okay.
Joust, then race.
Then
I'm gonna do some stretching, I think, for get ready for the race.
Yeah.
I am going to attend the jousting tournament, not as a participant, but as a
Spectator.
Is-
They got plenty of stands.
spectator.
Is anyone going to be doing the
Anyone
joust for
want
House
a
Logi?
chance coordination plus Lance?
I don't have Lance.
I don't have Lance.
No.
Honestly,
If no one is gonna do it, I'm gonna volunteer.
No, you're not gonna
myself.
do it.
No,
You
no,
are
no.
not.
No. At the very least, Everhelm Ferran would be like, no,
Okay.
sit down.
Well, question. Could I substitute parry instead of lance? So to be the fact I'm just trying to defend myself and not actually knock the other person off.
No, you would need to
Okay.
actually roll Lance to make hits, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay, just checking.
Like,
The joust is determined by either unseating your opponent or by striking your lance in a tournament-approved strike zone. Just defending yourself will sadly not be enough. Oh no, I'm well aware that probably none of you have coordination plus lance.
no, I think, like, toot my own horn, but I think me putting, getting, honors and horsemanship is probably good enough for, horsey things.
Yeah.
How many people are actually in the Lance competition?
Enough.
Yeah, don't I? It's in my notes. We're not bothering the bracket.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That would have added a week more writing time and probably another hour to this episode.
No.
I was just more thinking there wouldn't be as many.
Let's.
in the
I'm
land-
gonna
in
be
the
real, guys. Let's not worry about the jousting. If you want to watch, you can watch. If not, you can go. We can go. You know, screw it. I'm gonna go take Lady Leslok on a fucking date.
Have fun.
Okay.
For fuck's sake, sorry, you guys can't see it. I just gave a thumbs up.
You've done it
I gotta
again.
stop doing that.
I was like,
To say
Logesh
I
thumbs
was
up.
like, oh, I'm sorry, Konrad. Did you want to go on a date with me?
No.
No, I was going to ask for some help with my dancing.
It's like, wait, who's gonna be in the running competition again?
I will.
I will.
Oh, both of you. Oh, okay. Well, and if you're going to run competition, there's no way I'm not gonna be in the stands to cheer for you.
Because I actually do have running.
I mean, I
do
can
as
practice
well.
on my own. It's just you're better at it than I am.
That is super fair. Well, Inos will clap his hands together. My date with Lady Lucia Sox can wait for the morrow, if she does not mind, of course. But
Of course not, Sarah. I know a few folk dances from back home. We could practice a few steps.
yes, honestly, if we do want to at least not make fools of ourselves at the Blossom Festival, I think it would behoove everyone here to revisit the steps at the very least. I'm not expecting everyone to pull off the flawless waltz, but I would at least appreciate if you did not step on your partner's toes. Especially you, Konrad. I feel like you would crush a poor woman's.
What's a waltz?
Exactly.
Konrad,
Probably
what's
like
your dance ability, out of curiosity?
Nike probably tugs her
was that?
collar a little when you say that as well.
What's your dance skill?
1.
Ah. Okay.
If you want to know, my total dance pool is 6, so let's go.
My dance pool is 4.
He's
Sorry,
trying.
Yours
what are we
yours
looking
are
at
okay.
for dance again?
Perform dance. It's coordination.
Yep.
I have 2.
Coordinate. Thank you.
Yeah, coordination plus perform.
Cool. Still 3.
He's trying. There's a chance.
Oh, where would
Leslok has the idea.
where
of
would
it,
be a
but I
good
don't think he's
where would
super
be a
practiced.
good place to practice? Should we just go back? Should we go back to the house?
Yeah, probably either back at your estate or there are like dance halls and like music locations, in the Gold District. You saw them on the high street. Those are technically in public though. I don't know if you guys how private you feel like being.
Oh, I'm always for giving a show. So I personally would like to go to a public hall. Like, listen, we came all the way to the capital city. I do not want to be stuffed up in the house constantly.
You think we should take a shot and maybe invite some other people around to join us?
Of who?
No, that is improper, Leslok.
I'm sorry, I didn't actually hear what Leslok said.
I said, would it be wrong of us to invite some of the others around to join us?
We should not do the
We're
inviting
gonna be practicing.
ourselves. And if we were to gather up beforehand, one might accuse us of...
Getting an advantage.
Yes. But if they see us practicing on our own and deign to join us of their own volition, then, well, who can say what?
Fair point.
Anyway, let's go to the Gold Street and find a nice music hall. Maybe we can find some enterprising musician trying out a new piece. Footman, please, call the carriage.
Right away, sir. So carriage is brought up.
Mhm.
You guys depart the joust.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I
want
am
stay
going
and
to
see the result
participate
of the
in
joust?
dance lessons. Because I also don't have a great dance pool.
So is anybody going to stay and watch the joust?
I am not. No. Sounds like no.
I was going to, but I will follow these guys to practice.
Good man. All right. Well, you are not here to witness it, but it should shock nobody. The winner of the joust is Agave Cheval.
Horse and horse.
No.
Yeah.
Horse and horse attack. No surprise.
The winner of the what do you mean? The winner of the Chevalier competition was the Chevalier House Cheval?
Yeah.
And-
I am shocked.
So, Omega,
I thought there's only
no, go.
I only thought there'd be like 8 other people that actually had good lance skill anyway that could compete with him.
Anyway, Inos, you were saying?
Oh, so yes, I would like to find a nice music hall, maybe with some nice music, and start instructing. Oh, I can't think of a good insult at the moment. These good sirs and madams in the art of dance.
Yep, there are plenty of, like I said, going out for a listen or a dance is pretty normal. It's a little early, obviously, being just after luncheon, but it's a festival. People are out celebrating.
Mm-hmm.
You can find one on the high street. Pretty sure blocking out a couple hours of time is probably only like Wealth 1 or so.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing of Loth posting old Lucky.
Oh yeah. As soon as she said like, yes, the whole package, I'm like, I have to.
So do I need to make any roll to instruct or something like that?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll your perform pool. Let's see how good you are at teaching.
I could be bad at it.
Or if it's better, you can make command plus inspire.
I'll go with perform. I will teach by doing.
Yeah.
I will basically grab them and be all like, and 1, 2, 3, step. 1, 2, 3, step.
The musicians that are handy will run you through.
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
3.
That's pretty good.
Damn.
That's good, like 1 for each of us.
Hey, everybody, go ahead and let's see how good you are at practicing. Roll what would be coordination plus perform dance. Add 2D, please.
Add 2D?
Yes, 2 extra Ds from Enos' instruction. He's with 3.
I made it. Holy shit!
Made it.
Logesh is a little clumsy, but he can do the steps. He has rhythm. Oh,
Jesus Christ!
oh!
Okay,
Oh.
Konrad blows us out of the park, but I
3
think
Enos,
sevens,
you are
yeah,
the-
jackpot! Woo!
Enos, you are the greatest dance instructor to ever come out of the Dragon Spike Mountains.
there's not many of those, but you are now the master of that.
Because somehow with your eloquent, elegant instruction, each one of these guys could dance. Like I said, Logesh is a little, he's a little slow. He cannot keep up with like a fast dance.
Mhm.
But you have, under your instruction, Logesh, you start developing a sense of rhythm.
Yay.
Again, Leslok, still, only 3s, still a little crude, but definitely you pick up on the faster pace better than Logesh. You can definitely, keep up with a couple different dance styles. You have to, adjust the steps and patterns around Nicola's disability, but he is a natural dancer. Holy shit.
Mhm.
with
He's a
2
master of
10s.
the slow dance.
Yeah. And honestly, he can probably do some of the more technical stuff. And probably the most shocker is Konrad. He does not destroy your feet. In fact, he's quite good at dancing. Much more natural sense of rhythm than the other lads named Logi.
Well, it has been mentioned. Konrad has occasionally snuck out with Inos to go dancing in towns and whatnot.
You also, if you get close to Konrad while he's practicing, you might hear strike, 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 parry, strike, 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 parry, strike.
Yeah.
You know what? That's great.
No, I feel Konrad is technically better than Nicola, and Nicola is just doing only graceful waltzes. I don't know how to do anything else.
Anyway, Meg, I have to ask, will this give him some sort of actual bonus on dancing?
Yes.
Okay.
If these guys don't do something to like get stone-faced drunk or like bonk their heads or break their feet between now and the dance, you guys can keep your 2D bonus.
Do I get the 2D bonus?
You did not teach yourself, sadly.
Yes, but I did dance with a whole bunch of people and taught them. And teaching others, I learned something myself.
You can maybe get a 1D bonus.
Yeah, at least with 1.
Yeah, let's go with a circumstantial 1D. You got a lot of practice in. It's not quite the same effect, but
Yeah, no,
yeah, you can have a little bonus for later.
Yeah.
Let's see what NPCs do. Oh, I forgot the 10s again. It's because I had to retype this. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, by the way, if you want to know, that was for Aika. That was just 3 coordination. She doesn't know how to dance, or does she?
Her and Conrad do. Her and Conrad do.
Apparently,
As
she's the best dancer of all of us.
she copied Conrad, and it worked really well.
Sleeper hits.
Sorry, what was that, Loth?
Her and Konrad are just sleeper hits. They're just waiting for their moment to shine.
Yeah, Aika is like, oh, it turns out dancing is quite like striking the anvil. You just use your feet instead of your hands. It's all about the rhythm. So basically, she is employing the Conrad technique, just with like, hammer and bellows pace, not with sword
Clang,
fighting.
clang,
Clang, press, clang, press.
Okay. So, oh no, Polly. 10. Oh, and Lucy gets 8s also.
That's damn.
She actually knows how to dance. I rolled that as if she had 2 in perform and 2 in coordination.
Honestly, Inos' instruction I think helped her actually save it.
Yeah, would be one of those last couple dice. Let's see. I assume you invited the rest of the lads as well.
Oh, yeah, no.
So Everhelm and Matthias. How much should Matthias Gladwin the young bear have in this pool naturally?
Oh, I mean, if he's a wrestler, he should have good coordination.
He's got to perform.
Hey, that's more body fight as a wrestler.
Well, yeah. A decent amount of coordination is still required. Let's say 2.
I guess it would be
he's gonna
weapon armed.
roll,
Here's the secret. He has perform heal.
No. He's gonna roll 4 dice because
You
he
fuck.
also has no dance.
Figured Dallas would get that better than anyone.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Nope,
Okay.
10 high.
He doesn't fall at least.
Yeah.
He does the shepherd shuffle.
Yeah. Matthias can white guy at the club dance. That's about it.
Oh, Commander Shepard.
He doesn't like crush your toes or anything, Inos, but he's just like, oh, I'm terribly sorry, Inos. Yeah, I feel when we go for the swoop that I want to go for a pin. Well, that would be terribly impolite. That's
It's just in the middle of the blossom dance, and a choke slam from out of nowhere.
Also, look at the other
it's
people
a
dance.
suplex.
Also, other people dancing in this image. It's like they're also not dancing. It's bad.
Yeah, no, it's a meme that Shepard can't dance. They played it up for the DLC.
I mean, no one else can either. There.
Garrett's got some Garrett has some pay action. He knows what's up.
Go shit. Go, Garrus. It's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday.
And then we're gonna roll. Oh, no, I'm typing roll again. Polly 60 for Everhelm because we're just chilling. Well, he also get practically a straight. Damn. Yeah, Everhelm doesn't have a good sense of coordination. Well, that's a lie. I rolled as if he had coordination 3.
It's also a bad poker hand.
Everhelm was kind of just embarrassed, and he's like, "Oh, I don't think I understand this ballroom dancing. More of a traditional line dancing man myself." But yeah, you while away a couple of hours dance practicing. So keep in mind. We're already at 3.5 hours, so maybe write down on your sheet somewhere that you have your temporary buff, because I don't know if we're actually gonna start the dance tonight.
I'm good to go.
We'll see what happens. We probably will get there, because I don't know if you guys... We're going to have some rolls, but I don't know how involved you guys are going to be in the foot race. Speaking, though, Dallas BRB, let's take a quick break.
Fair enough.
Has been a little bit. I'm going to pause and stretch them out.
All right.
Refill my water.
I'm going to get some drink.
Oh, by the way, just fun thing. Lucky.
I don't know if I get back. I think I hear him
I
talking
think I can hear
distantly.
him in the distance.
Yeah.
In the distance.
From a distance, motherfucker.
It would be cheaper if I buy that thing and just go on a weekend, take a week, you know, make a 7-day trip, 9-day trip. Yeah, get some park, see some nature. I want it. There's a lot of places in Washington I want to see. Yeah. People don't think about it. Like, there's a lot of cool fucking places in Washington. There are. And it's got everything. It doesn't have an AC unit, which I don't give a shit. As long as I'm not in tropics somewhere. But, yeah. Yeah.
Don't even know that up. Oh, let's close that tab.
Alright, I'm back.
All right. Loth, you need to leave the toast zone.
The toast is on.
Oh yeah, sorry. Update Lucky. Apparently, how many hours ago was that? 7 hours ago. I think I arrived at the airport.
Oh, that's good.
The package.
That's good.
It's currently in transit, so I don't know how long it's gonna take to get here. Considering that was 7 hours ago.
Well, hopefully it's in the country. So is that somebody else saying they were back?
No, it's just me just saying the package.
The package.
The baby.
Taking that back up.
The baby.
Is everybody back though?
Yeah. Axe, you
Yeah.
back?
I've been here the whole time.
All right, sounds like
All right,
everyone.
okay. Then, if we're all ready, let's resume. Let's unpause. Resume the game. Okay.
Okey doke.
Sorry, still stretching my neck a little. I also got to sit a little forward in my chair. Okay. But we're going.
Mhm.
So, use guys. Well, we already discussed. You take the jousting tournament time off, block out a couple hours there,
Yeah.
and then probably leave off your dancing tutorial, which is full of twists and turns, shock and amazement, probably some polite clapping from the musicians or any other dedicated dance goers. Trust me, if you're dancing on the first day of the Festival of the Rising Dragon, you love dance. But you are probably gotten by a page or a squire and told that the foot racing will be starting shortly.
Okay.
So you guys must bundle into the carriage and head over to the Old Fort. It's just called the Old Fort. A military outpost turned a courthouse and a function house for the crown constables. So technically, this is where your dad works when he's not,
Yeah.
scribbling away in his study. Dad house. The house of the big dad. For now. So the outer grounds of the fort are mostly unused. They're for like parade grounds and training. So they're divided up into classic military measurements. Once again, you got a couple different events. We're all treating it as one roll, but you can say where you would prefer to go. You've got your short dash, that's about 100 yards. The full stadium length race, that's 200 yards. There's the 2-lap race, which would be then 400 yards. And my personal favorite, actual real ancient sport, the military run, where you do the stadium lap, so 200 yards, in full armor carrying a heavy shield.
No.
Yeah, I know. I figured.
Yes.
I'll
Logesh
just
wants
do
to
the
military run.
I'll do the second longest one.
Regular full stadium.
I will do the sprint.
I think I'll do the.
You don't have to. You guys can compete against each other.
I want to do the first one and the third one.
Okay.
I
dash
will
and
do
the-
the cheering.
In the 2-lap. Yeah, I bet you will.
I'll do the second and then the last one.
Nice. Okay.
So I think the last one might be also partially endurance, and I can do that.
In that case, I'll actually do all of them except for the last one.
All right, fair enough. It's all just making one body plus run roll.
Okay.
There's no hybriding here.
I will do. I'll actually also do all of them except for the military run, because screw that.
Fair enough.
And the stadium run, actually. I'll only do the first two.
Okay.
I lied.
So this should not necessarily surprise anybody, but the favorite to win these events is the swift-footed scion of House Faucon, Jalen Faucon. Our people are known for running good. So yes, everybody who's running, please make me a body plus run roll.
Nope.
Fuck.
Also nope.
Is this for the first race or just for overall?
All of them. You think I'm slowing this? I know how long this boat is. You think I'm slowing this down and making you roll multiple times each event slot?
Damn, I had a shot. Fuck.
Nope.
Dang.
Nope.
I
Okay.
didn't get it either.
Wow. I was about to say this was
all
a
around.
lot of confidence for people with not big poles compared to the horse riding, but
All right, Mega. All right, show us how we get trounced.
Yeah, no.
we'll see. Too high. Enos, you feel faint, possibly sweaty, just looking at the military run. You look at them putting on the heavy armor and picking up the shield, and your knees feel weak.
What do you roll for cheering us to see if we got any? If we like
The
at
thing
least.
is,
Oh no, let me see. If I wanted to like, oh wait, no, that'd probably be like some sort of I don't know.
That would be inspire for sure to
Yeah.
actually cheer them on.
I didn't expect to win, but I was like, I
Oh,
think
Jesus.
I did a good, decent job.
Everyone else did fucking
You didn't even
amazing.
Place.
Oh,
Yep. Nope.
I'm pretty sure I at least have an excuse.
shocking no one, Jalen Faucon, fast. Her house is named after the falcon. She is a speedy lady.
speed demon.
So how badly did we do?
I mean, none of you rolled like I said. Nobody, I think, technically like botched it. Like
I
none
was
of you had
high
a roll
8.
where nothing was under like 5. All of you rolled like 8s minimum.
I think we were just out. I think we were just out techniqued and outran. I think
Yeah,
it's like
I'm gonna say probably
like
what you guys
4th,
pick up is that
8th place.
you guys are you're not, at least those of you who run, you're not fit, as it were. You know, I'm assuming most of you are probably body 2 or 3 scores here.
Nope, body one.
Okay, so you actually have a couple points in run then.
Yes, I have 2 points in run.
All right, so yeah, you're not necessarily lacking physical fitness or technique per se, but in Norlon, you guys don't really do marathon runs, you know.
This is why I signed up for the sprint.
or about
if
like
there were-
long marches.
If there were like hill runs, you know, if they had some trick running, for lack of a better term,
Overland running.
Parkour,
yeah,
parkour.
if you were actually doing that kind of stuff, you know, you guys got the endurance for like, you know, stair sprints and shit, certainly. But in terms of raw speed, you guys are definitely on the lower half of the bracket. Again, nobody like trips and falls, nobody breaks anything, nobody embarrasses anybody. But definitely, it is noted that House Logi scores a little low in the sprinting department.
Even Inos has a
That
think
said,
we
I
had
would
a
think socially you're up 1 because, as noted, nobody was expecting Inos to fucking show up on a horse. Probably do that very
I don't
classic.
think
like,
House
you know,
Logi was expecting Inos to show up on a horse.
you probably did like at least one cool like rodeo buck and like catch a hat in the air or something, you know?
For years to come, the phrase "Enos on a horse" will ring true through the House Logi.
Enos on a horse.
Local.
But yeah, no. If Faucon clearly first places every event she's in, which is probably all of them except also the military run. Probably get one of the heavier set lads for that. And just House Javal's people are cleaning up. But no, actually, honestly, lots of good runners. Wasn't expecting the general populace to roll 9s on 4D.
I think we ate all the bad luck first.
Let's hope so.
Yes, that's.
I mean, I had 3 Ds, so I wasn't that surprised.
But yes,
I had a
after,
shot
you
at
know,
least getting something.
after your time, it's time to head back to the Torchlight Hall. It's late in the afternoon, but still fairly early. But you guys have to prepare, since
Are we
the
sure
Lord
there's not
Marshal is
another
part of the
race?
staff.
As the guys have to drag, Konrad away.
Yeah.
If I have to, no, I actually will help drag Konrad away. I'm like, if I have to do this, you have to do this too.
Yeah, we're doing. Come on, brother. We're doing this.
Don't make me throw you.
You can do it, but it won't make your problems go away.
If you do that, your mother might actually like me for once.
Come on. Everybody come back now. Go back to Torchlight Hall to prepare. First, probably, brief washing up.
Yes.
You guys probably worked up a little bit of a sweat in the sprints. Early supper. Not too heavy, not too light. Beef roast, fresh fruit, more salads.
Oh.
I will, Enos will not be eating heavily this night. He will be eating quite light.
Konrad doesn't eat at all.
Boy.
I'll eat. I'll probably eat a little bit, at least till I feel like I have something in me. I probably won't over. I'm not gonna try to avoid overeating.
Lady
Nicola
Maja
will
is probably
probably-
a little concerned if you're gonna skip food. She will like insist at least an apple. An apple, my son.
Nicola will probably have a salad and some little bit of meat, but not a lot.
After some convincing, Konrad will have like salad.
Okay.
I'm about to say, otherwise I was just gonna
Maybe a-
start. I
maybe
was
a
gonna
roll.
start goading Konrad there if he didn't eat something.
Yeah, Logesh will just eat normally. So
Surprise, surprise! Konrad can be nervous about stuff.
You know, now I was gonna
15, of course.
stoke his fires of competition.
It's not the
All right.
dancing part; it's the asking part that has him worried.
That's kind of.
I-
I'm in the
yes.
same boat.
Oh no, we have teenagers, boys afraid to talk to girls.
And promise right now. It's not even tomorrow.
I at least have an idea. I just fucking don't know how to do it.
Well, don't worry. First, you guys have to prep. I would like everybody to give me a Grace's roll to assemble your appropriate kit and put on all your outfits. Do take a +1d because you're assisted by grooms and squires and footmen.
all right, that'll be.
And as I said,
Damn.
I'll be 60, and I'm gonna put my. I guess I'll put my thing as a 10, if it happens. For my
fair
extra.
enough.
Also, do we get a bonus for the nights to do clothes? I guess it's got us.
I'm trying to remember. Did you guys get a bonus before?
I don't know.
No.
I know Enos picked out your outfits. I don't think we.
I mean, I didn't
talked about
ask for
necessarily-
a bonus. I was just like, we're going shopping.
Hey, I got triples.
I feel like I believe like it was saying is we will not get
I-
penalties on our clothes.
I did it wrong.
Yeah, no. You,
Yeah.
guys,
Shun me.
you guys definitely have all your kit.
Someone
You
delete
also
my
again,
failed
remind everybody.
miserably.
Someone delete my chain.
Formal kit is, like coattails, 3-piece, you've got coat with tails, waistcoat, shirt sleeves.
2 3s.
I have 2 3s, 2 2s, and 2 10s actually.
Nice.
I
wearing
have
cravat or
3
white tie.
3s.
Breeches, shoes, dinner gloves, and probably an overcoat or cloak
Nope.
and a hat.
Nope.
All
not even
right.
Konrad.
Hang on 1 second.
the-
I
that's
am
the bonus die?
checking something.
Yeah, is
I
that
think
your
that's with
graces
his
with a
bonus
+1?
die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so all right, yeah, no, Enos is unveiling himself. He is revealing his true nature.
Konrad turns.
So,
Don't look at it.
Shield your eyes.
We got a 7, so like at least you don't. I don't think you look ugly.
No. I think it makes perfect sense. Oh, 9s.
nice. I got a pair of 9s. That's it.
So everybody with assistance manages to dress properly. Even Konrad is dressed properly. It's just, I think, very obvious to everybody that this is probably the first time Konrad has ever been stuffed into this much kit that doesn't involve, a chainmail or a breastplate. And just in general, Konrad probably looks uncomfortable. His cravat is probably just a little too tight. He's constantly fussing at the buttons of his coattails. God help you, if you have cufflinks, you've probably lost them by the time you get to the dance. It's just very obvious that Konrad is probably not comfortable in this level of fashion wear.
That would be
And so people
correct.
will note that.
I need to go find an image of this, but there's like I think I'm some level of like fucking dandy.
Oh, you should all be very dandy. Lucy Essek is wearing a fashionable, if modest, evening gown.
Oh, right. I would also technically, I would also have technically be unveiling myself.
Yep.
Yeah, you're no longer back. Hair's pulled back. Very nice run. You've got a full cravat. Everybody's
Oh no,
back.
my hair is let down.
Oh, okay, that.
My hair is normally
Yes, we have
is
we have
normally
unleashed the
pulled
subtle
back in a
beauty.
bun.
Look at-
no,
look
so
at these,
now,
like, small
now you're
guys.
full Fabio mode. You let your hair down and you're like
Yes.
shiny.
No. Nicola has almost has back length hair.
Also, yeah, it's a
Fucking
pretty
Alucard.
good grab of what men's evening wear is like. You can see, waistcoat, shirt underneath, overcoat
So
with tails.
tricorn.
Or top hat. That other guy's got a big coat. And yes, breeches, dance shoes. All right. I think when he was picking something out, Inos, you said you wanted to get Lady Essex something like a little bit of orange,
Yes.
maybe a little salmon color in there, something in the reddish orange pinkish zone. And as mentioned, you saw I could pick out the outfit, but yeah, she's wearing something suitable from a female equestrian or magistrate. Unisex doublet, outer jacket, riding breeches, boots, but she's got on, a more feminine style smock over it, kind of like a loose covering, and is wearing a shawl wrapped around her, shoulders. She is wearing evening gloves, not riding gloves, and actually has added a couple pieces of jewelry her mother sent with her. So she's got some nice, silver earrings, probably a nice brooch or something somewhere. And so, you are traveling to the Twilight Ballroom in the Palace of the Dawn. Actually, I just checked my notes. Leofric is going on ahead of you because he's got to escort the Queen in. So he will probably go around you. Inos, do
luck
you
to
want to
him.
try and smuggle something in?
Oh, do I want to smuggle something in? It'd be interesting to spike the punch. Sorry, I am debating the I am debating the pros and cons of this. Pros, it'd be really fucking funny. Cons, if I get caught, that'd be really fucking bad. I don't know if the realm can handle the princess getting crunk.
You are also the only Iron Demons people have known for decades.
It's true.
No, I will not smuggle. I will behave.
All right. Then you all are, brought by carriage, assemble at the cloakroom. That's where you ditch hats, cloaks, and in my notes it says this. Most importantly, weapons.
I will also probably put away my scarf because it won't fit.
I feel like my clothes are too tight for me to smuggle in a gun.
Yes.
I was
probably.
I was proudly carrying my.
Yeah.
So I technically have a weapon that I can use, I think, by definition, on hand, but I don't think they're going to take it away from me.
Are you gonna beat someone to death with your prosthetic?
I could very well consider it a small club, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. No, he will not. The doorman will not take your prosthetic arm. But yes, it's swords and guns are to be relinquished.
I
Yeah,
bet we could
hand over my
store
halberd.
small weapons in that prosthetic, like a dagger.
See, this
Maybe
prosthetic
even a
is actually
derringer.
a sword.
Maybe later. Maybe after the time skip.
Maybe if we miniaturize a gun small, get like a single shot.
I'm not going to put a gun in my prosthetic.
It is made of porcelain. It would probably not be good for
It'd
it.
have to be, I think, in the.
Listen, I was just talking about a dagger, guys. Man, come on.
Yeah, no, I agree
I
with
know,
Inos. A
I know.
dagger is a good idea. I'm not putting a gun in my arm.
I didn't say gun.
No,
that
no,
was
you
me.
didn't. Leslok did.
You haven't invented the holdout pistol. You probably could build little derringers, but the main thing would be, what's the fucking point?
Yes, fair.
But yes, and so you're eventually are let in to the main ballroom. You are one of the first groups here. Everybody is formally announced by the Lord Marshal or his staff, so you guys get the full titling. Leofric is in his what you would call his full court dress, so he is in like big coat, long coat tails. Multiple ribbons and of rank. Knightly medals, that kind of thing. He actually gets to carry, his sword at the side formally, possibly use it to salute some people. Lots of medals and extra tinsel embracings. The queen is here. She is officially hosting this event, so she's in a big, full, formal gown, full court jewels. So she's got like a tiara on, big brooches, dangly earrings, long gloves, everything. Everybody basically just, walks up, is announced, is introduced. You probably, make sure to, bow once again to the queen and go about. The ladies would have been distributed ahead of time, or now their dance cards. As you walk around, there's a wide variety of a lovely bit of chamber music, variety of performers led by the young virtuoso Albrecht Sipos. Just pick whenever your brain thinks of classical chamber music, that's what's playing right now. Just, not a full orchestra, but just enough people with some strings and woodwinds and stuff to get some stuff in there. There probably is a grand piano in the corner if you need it. Those of you who ate light, don't worry. There's a punch bowl, probably several punch bowls, honestly, and a selection of the very fashionable hors d'oeuvres.
Fingy food.
Probably like very tiny sandwiches, macarons.
Ooh, macarons. How dare.
Lots of little sweet and savory nibbles.
Nibbles.
Konrad definitely gives a look at his gloved hand, looks at the food, gloved hands, the food.
You take off your gloves, cuz.
I thought we weren't supposed to.
Yes, not when you're dancing, but you don't... I swear, cuz, can you hold more than one instruction in your head at a time?
Yes.
for a dated effect.
It's like, you do not take off your gloves unless you are handling the food stuff, in which you may take off one glove to hold it. No, that's if you throw the glove.
Even I know that.
What if you only have one glove?
I'm pretty sure we can put a glove on your prosthetic. It'd be like dressing up a doll.
Doesn't need a glove though.
Yeah. That's
anyway,
the
you're
thing.
gonna have several hours of the ball. You're gonna have roughly 8 to 10 dances. Probably like eight slots on the card are blocked out. But if the band is feeling good, well, they might crank up a couple more.
I will give Ike Wayland my 7th slot.
The 7th Lord Logi. How generous of you.
Considering I know at least 4 others who are going to take the first 4.
All right, bud. Like, are we already at the going asking ladies for dances part, or
not quite?
Yeah.
We're still in the pre-talk.
Okay.
You gotta time to figure out. There's room between dances and before angle snack freshen up. We're still in the introductions. You guys were once again because you came with the Lord Marshal here first because one of his job descriptions is to be the man who announces people. So you have to show up first.
And he knows everyone. Some.
Basically, just some quick things to note. Any of you who actually have points in graces, you would know it's considered impolite to take any dance partner for more than 2 dances. Two dance slots is considered like the fullest of their schedule. If you were to actually block them up for more than that, that's being quite rude, and also could be considered a declaration of serious courtship intent.
Oh.
If you're honestly
only twice.
Two dances is already probably indicating you're interested. Blocking up more dances is like, this is crazy. What are you doing? And obviously, like as I mentioned before, Troicorone will not object to same-sex dancing, but because usually the way a formal dance works is you have a lot of like, leading partners and stuff. There may be some social mutterings depending on who takes the lead in a same-sex dance. You are whipped out a couple of new names, I'm sad to say.
Gasp.
Obviously, almost all of the heirs you have expected to meet or have met already are here. I should note that the only one of the royal children who is not present is the crown prince. He is 20. He's an adult. Lady Cheval is probably pushing it at 19. But second Prince Menas and the Princess Estelle are here.
Wait, Lady Cheval is at the dance?
Agave Cheval is here, yeah.
Interesting.
Actually, she's probably looking pretty good with her jousting win.
No, I meant for other reasons interesting.
Well, officially, she is not paired, so she should be at this dance.
Just like in theory, if we don't find someone to pair up, we'll be at the next dance also.
And the dance after that.
And after that.
No, I only get 3, and I think Logesh only gets 2.
It's true.
All right.
You'd no longer be young gentlemen. You'd be looking for social meetings otherwise.
I am.
But there are a couple members of cadet branches to the royal family here. Baynard Whitestone, heir to House Whitestone, and Malus Antietam, heir of that house. So those houses are, like I said, cadet branches. They are technically kinsmen of the High King Win. So historically they descend from that classic position, but are not, directly related to the line of succession. Additionally, there are a couple of extra second sons and daughters here. You may have noticed them in the Dramatis Personae. Ectha Cheval is here, second son of House Cheval. The younger second daughter of House Marai is here, Helia Marai. There's the younger son of House Fokon, Rokod Fokon. I wanted to say Rocco de Fokon, but that would not be correct. There's a second son from House Wake and a daughter of House Woodwoes present. Also, the Forest sisters, Lord Freddy's older sisters, are not here. They're
Damn.
not given invitations. Funny, I know.
Hmm.
But there are actually also, additionally, there are many, minor cousins from main houses, very lesser noble houses here as well. Lots of people who are not super highly ranked. You gotta keep an eye out. There's some equestrians, knights, professional men-at-arms types, who are of a young age. Handful of minor nobles who basically have no land or money. You do note, those of you up on your gossip, there are more than a few of what would be called professional rake hells. This is where the word rake comes from. Usually gentlemen, slightly foppish, who have nothing better to do than their time than go to parties.
Mm-hmm.
And be, real boisterous at parties. But there are a couple of common folk here, middle class even. If you're interested in some of those, just to rattle off names real quick. There is Isidore Mercier of the Lampclair Opera Company, chief singer.
Oh.
She's young, but very talented, very popular.
Would opera be under theater?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't want to split hairs too much,
Okay.
Coordination plus bow can use bow and crossbow, so yeah,
Okay,
that could count. And we've discussed this before. Having a die in perform means that you can, carry a tune and stuff. So yeah, probably would be count as theater.
Okay.
There is Idern Mahler. She is an up-and-coming court painter, so she is part of the royal artisans. And also, there is you see this gentleman sitting with Albrecht Sipos a lot. Berek Zikr. His father is the head of the Clockmakers Guild.
Oh, neat.
And despite his young age, he is already a journeyman clockmaker. And he seems to be close friends with Sipos, the musician. You can see another handful of various artisans, painters, sculptors, singers, actors, dancers.
Interesting. Oh.
And there are also a couple of...
Sorry, I was just like wondering, like, why do we have all these like craftsmen here? It's like, oh, maybe they want to like capture a moment or something.
Yes, but also, generally, you would say these are young persons from middle-class backgrounds, but have talent, but require patronage.
Oh, okay.
So these are people who clearly have skills, are quite good at what they do, but they do not have a lot of money to do their trade, so they are looking for a match of patrons to clients. So anyone working on that front. And there are also a couple of middle class or even lower ranked nobles who you say are of the patronage class themselves. There is Geidbert Buckland. His father publishes the Lampclair Gazette, a popular news bulletin. Yes, because you have the printing press, newspapers exist.
Mm-hmm.
So, his father is a famous businessman. There is also Argentel Avina, daughter of a trading company. Her family operates many farmers markets and granaries in Milieu. So she's quite rich. Quite shiny. And also one Fadil Caraway, son of the Caraway Trade Company, who run a wealthy spice trading business out of Islas Viento. So there are some merchants, there are some artisans here. So obviously, all of your parties, like I said, have rolled up. There's plenty of room to take out there. So you guys are all clustered up, probably sorting out your first, maybe runs at dance cards. Before anybody can actually, run too much of a card run, like fairly early on, we're not even, you probably got like 20 minutes before the first dance starts,
Mm-hmm.
Leslok, suddenly up behind you, arm comes around your shoulder. It's Einar Espada. She whips an arm around your shoulder and says, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I will be borrowing the House Logi for a moment. Excuse me, pardon me. And is going to scoop Leslok away. We're going to have a meeting of the Great Houses. Come along.
Wait, what? What's happening? I'd be
You're
cussed.
being kidnapped.
You're being kidnapped.
Do not resist.
Bye, cousin. Have fun.
I told you, it's a meeting of the Great Houses. Come along.
Let it happen.
All right.
She won't
All
kill
right,
him, probably.
No.
Okay, good. Nobody stops her.
Exactly.
You guys can follow with your eyes, or possibly your feet.
Oh, I will try and skulk behind them.
I will follow.
You can chat up behind. Yeah. So, Einar Espada, not quite drags, but pulls Leslok over to
I stop.
a
I try
power.
to. I try not to resist after mostly I think a few centimeters.
So
Or
basically
I
not
tried
at
to go
all.
along.
Centimeters, he says.
Yeah.
I just start going with her because I'd rather just not make a scene that's everyone else could see.
Right. So you're gonna pull him out. Well, she indeed does do a roundup of a group which contains, representatives from the 9 houses. And pulls you into an alcove and forms a huddle. And she's like, All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Leslok, you are joined by herself, Einar Espada, Erlis Ich, Hector Cheval, Egan Ferretti, the Marin twins, and Kefas Verity. Paz Oro is not present at this event.
Well, yeah, she's
Understandable.
13.
So, Einara, pulls you up in a circle. And like I said, those of you slinking behind can see this. And she's just like, all right, members of the great houses, future peers. So good of you to join me. I have brought you all here today to discuss what I think is a very important matter of our loyalty to the House of the High King. Most importantly, we need to make sure that the young Princess Estelle has a very reasonable and full dance card. Obviously, it would be a terrible embarrassment to His Majesty our King if she were to not have any dances, but also it would be terribly embarrassing to most of us if she were to have a bad dance. So I have gathered you all here to make sure that at least one representative from all of our houses that blocks out some time. Now, who here can dance? She starts.
I have
waggling her
I
hand back and forth.
have a question. So we're still not in the actual asking part. We're in the before time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You would probably be getting started to get ready to start blocking out some dance time.
All right, but I am going to. It looks like they are actually having some great house meeting or something.
Yes. No. Like I said.
Okay.
I was going to, like,
Okay, so
mention you,
I'm
actually.
sorry. I was more concerned about her dragging Leslok off to some dark corner.
Everybody is visible. It's just very clearly a powwow has formed.
Okay. Now,
Among the big heirs.
if it's important, Leslok would tell me that. Inos is going to go back to where he was.
All right.
I will do the pre-described Enos help me hand signal.
No, this is an air matter, my dude.
No, I mean, like,
Enos is kinda like-
if something comes up, I will do like later.
Yeah.
I will do
All right,
Enos
okay.
help me hand signal.
Also, by the way, to describe how Ainara Espada is dressed, she's very smart, very nouveau sense of fashion. She's got a deep crimson frock coat with a riding skirt, with a white silk blouse and cotton breeches underneath. She's wearing riding boots and gloves. Though she's not wearing a sword, it is cinched up with a sword belt, though. Just to let you know how she's handling herself. She has a couple of traditional jewelry and a couple of accent sashes for deep red, shot through with gold and silver thread. So she's quite, like I said, quite cutting edge. So yeah, so she circles everybody up, and like I said, she's pointing her hand around at all the other guys, and it's like, all right, who can dance? Who's?
I've been practicing all day.
Put your hand down, cousin.
You're not here.
I know.
You're shadowing. Okay, good. The Lord of House Logi has been practicing. Now Now, when you say practicing, that means that you do know how to dance.
I somewhat know. I won't at least make a fool of myself.
You,
I will be giving you
he's
judging
literally asking if you have a
glares.
dot and dance.
Your confidence is very heartwarming, Lord Logi.
But
I must
I-
say, in
I
good
do know
conscience,
I do know that my cousin, who is actually quite a practiced.
So we're giving her to Enos, right?
No, it sounds like she's
Yeah,
giving
Enos-
it sounds like you're giving it to Konrad.
Enos is already going to dance with the princess. He's always going to try. I already heard that mentions say that earlier. So like,
Actually, did not
but
hear what she said.
Ainara
then.
Espada doesn't know that.
It's
Did
why
you
Leslok
not hear
is
what
try-
she said though?
I know.
It's one from each house.
I wasn't going to princess.
I'm just.
Oh.
Okay, then we agree.
What
Yes.
you should be trying to do is calm down, breathe, and upsell either Konrad or Enos. Because while Enos technically is the better dancer, he is also, an iron demon. Konrad has 1 point to dance, but, he is, part of your blood.
Also, you did see him bust a hella move.
True.
No matter what, though, Enos is going for that first dance, and you cannot stop him.
No, I know that. I want to make it so it's not a conflict with the others.
Well, this is what the powwows
Well,
for.
then you should probably frame that to Ainara. Like I said, she doesn't know even the princess.
I want to explain that, but I don't know how to word it. Unfortunately.
Didn't explain it.
Leslok explains that the person who taught him proper dance form has been wanting to wanting to try to dance with the princess
My
himself.
God, God's above. Lord Logi, names.
I'm about to say.
My cousin Inos.
Okay, thank you.
I'm about to say. Can you not
Really?
say my
You can
fucking
dance?
name?
Okay.
What's my
Are you
name?
Voldemort now?
I thought I wasn't saying the exact words. Sorry. I was just...
Well,
You
that's
weren't saying those exact words.
you out of character. We're not saying the exact words, but yeah, saying the name of Enos. She's referring.
Enos.
She's like, which one? Okay, good. All right. Well, that's very bold, and I am. Well, it's good that he's a dancer. Okay. But that will not necessarily be a reflection upon our king. I feel like Hector, Cheval, and Egan Ferretti kind of like start to grumble about Enos, who is a foreign diplomat, technically. Taking the prince's first dance. Einara just kind of like rotates, glances.
You just hear the stone creaking.
Lord Hector, are you saying that you are a talented dancer? You could perhaps teach to dance? And he's just kind of like tugs at his lapels. Well, no, as such. Good in a march. Much better if we could be on horseback. Alas, you cannot take the princess riding horses, as romantic as I'm sure that would be.
On
Lord
the dance floor.
Egan kind of coughs and is like, I know a thing or two about dancing. Up on the struts. Don't know if I'll cut as fine a figure as the Iron Demon chap, but we can try. All right, okay. I mostly want to see what happens if Enos dances with a princess anyway. Because, I think it'll be good. Two, I'd love to see who gets upset. All right,
Also,
okay.
I'd like to see anyone top what he could.
What was that, X?
I agree with you. I'd actually love to see who could ever top what he could do.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Okay.
you'll be glad to know that I will make an attempt. Lady Ich, how are you on dancing? And she just kind of like wiggles her hands. I can step with somewhere there. She kind of pauses and thinks. Actually, no. It would probably not be a good idea to send my lads to dance with the princess. Keeping in mind, remember the guys in her crew are
The Vikings.
Douglas Blake, who's kind of like tall and a little dark countenance, a little morose, and Agnar Blodaxi, who is a
Yeah, it was like
large boy.
the Viking and the emo, so probably not.
Okay, all right. I can
I
try.
almost want Leslok to say, like, if none of you don't try enough, Enos might try a second time.
Oh, actually, that's probably no. Actually, no. Points to fucking points to Leslok.
Yeah, no. Leslok says that. You feel everybody in the circle activating lock-in mode. Like Airless says something under her breath in like the Norlon dialect. Kevin's kind of like strains his lapels and he's like, "Well, I know a few traditional dances, the slow ones perhaps." The Marin twins are silently arguing back and forth between each other.
I just fucking poured a drink on the floor, right?
No, you just did a mic drop, my dude.
Yeah, you did a mic drop. The
And-
twins
and
are
so,
arguing
like-
of like if they should both try to dance with her.
You just launched a tactical Enos, my dude.
Oster, finally like cuts off his sister and is like, "My sister Aquila is much better dancer than I, with her rhythm. But I suppose I can make an attempt." And Aquila's like, "Well, you bloody well better make an attempt."
I don't know.
Who
Who here, like,
I'll if my Claudiver brother survives long enough, doesn't survive long enough, I'll take the dance. And I was like, "Excellent, good. This is the energy I like." Now, Lord Logi, will you attempt to dance with the princess, or is there one among your number who is slightly more practiced than this afternoon?
I will suggest it to my brother. I will see how it goes.
Names.
I'll say to my brother Konrad.
She knows
I
Konrad.
know, but still.
It is
he
good to
has
say
two
brothers.
brothers.
Names, but
I say my brother
it's
Konrad.
not
I will see how it goes.
okay, great. And if perhaps, my dear younger sister Paloma, who is attending the princess, has to take some of you while we're sorting out the order?
I will take it for her said.
All right, good man. Okay. Slaps you on the back. All right. Well, we won't fight with Enos for the first slot, but who goes second? So Leslok, if you want to loop Konrad in on this,
I think
which
I have-
slot would you want to give him?
Give him
Honestly, Konrad, I want to give you like third or fifth.
No, give him like 6th or 7th, my dude. Trust me.
Okay, yeah.
No,
fair.
Conrad's gonna need some time dancing and loosening up before he is thrown between the crown fucking princes
All right,
of the
then.
realm. I don't say 8th.
What?
I will.
Don't give him 8th because I'm gonna try and scoop 8th.
Okay, I will suggest 6 or 7.
or tell me what. Oh, well, actually, no. I'll tell you when you get back to me. I'm not actually a part of this.
Also, I have a question for Rebecca.
Yeah.
Who amongst this powwow has seen Enos' face?
None of them, I think, actually. Just you. He was veiled in the bar, right?
Yep.
He took it off for like the trying to stop the fight.
No, Lady Chevalier, I think.
So, by the way, Lady Agave Cheval is here. I know I did not invite her to the powwow.
Ah, okay, never mind.
Oh yeah, then yeah, no one.
Yeah, no, because
Okay.
Cheval did see him.
So they don't understand my
because-
confidence in you.
Because the prince and her.
Because I only
caught us
revealed my
after we
face
got
to
out of
the
fucking- the
Face reveal when they
prince.
shoved you.
to the guys who shoved me. I can't
Guys,
remember.
I don't want
got it.
to derail us even more, but I have a feeling that Enos is going to be so beautifully distracting. The princess is going to be stepping on his feet.
I mean, it's only
we'll see.
a 7, but we'll see.
Only.
Only a height 7.
I mean, yes.
I mean, you took your veil off at the facilities, right? Like at the ball. Enos, you're ready to rock.
No. If we're in the pre, no, veil is still on.
Yeah, no. The festivities haven't. You've been formally announced, but yeah, you would still be. All right.
As soon as it's started, wow. Just
Yes.
rip off.
Basically.
So Einar sorts it out. Probably Egan and Kefas will go early because they actually know to dance. The twins are still fighting about the order. They'll figure it out.
I guess then, in like as they're fighting, it's like, can I suggest my brother for the 6th slot? My brother
of
Konrad.
course. Young gentleman from the other day, brother. Yes. Maybe I will test his skills first.
I think he'll appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I just hear confused Conrad noises intensify.
No,
I
I
can't
just
sling my sword at this.
no. I hear
Maybe even do it
Xenos.
thrice.
A
It might
test
help.
of your reflexes.
Maybe even do it. Maybe even do it thrice. It might help him learn something.
No, shit, I forgot the dice again. I keep doing that. Why do I keep doing that tonight? There's all ones too.
Say
What the
that's a
hell?
lot of ones.
It's a coin flip, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, Leslok, are you lying when you say that Conrad might appreciate it?
No. Let's not believe it's like a good idea.
Okay, all right. Well, Ainara Espada seasoned your soul with 5s.
She stares into your very being.
What's the number?
Yeah, that's a lot of success.
She kind of like narrows her eyes at you and purses her lips, and she says, "I'm glad you believe that he will, that you think he will appreciate that. I am not so certain, but I will try."
He's a hard book to fully get.
I just imagine the cutscene quickly to Conrad, and he's like trying to like adjust his suit.
You're once again trying to loosen the cravat without untucking the whole thing. Can't breathe in this thing. Yeah, no. Holy shit, what an empathy roll. Yeah, and she's like, "All right, good, excellent, great."
Wait, is Conrad
It's
still
not
over like near the huddle, or has he like returned back to the starting area?
I don't think
He
Conrad
didn't go over.
Okay. Then
Yeah,
Enos will lean.
Nicholas-
Enos will lean
Nicola
over.
said he trailed a little.
Enos will lean over and say,
Yeah, no.
"Breathe from the chest, not from the stomach."
I feel like I want to
over.
sneeze, but I can't.
I am observing the young heirs
I'm.
inconspicuously.
I think Leslok is having fun of being like, I am not lying about this. I feel like this would be good for both my cousin and my brother.
All right, good, cool, excellent. Very nice. Okay. All right. Well, I thank you for your business. Obviously, if you wish to arrange anything between yourselves, that is fine. However, gentlemen, I must say, you have just confessed to me you do not know how to dance. I'm sorry, I must pass. Though perhaps Lady Aquila, if you are truly skilled, maybe later. And Ainara will eject herself from this conversation as swiftly as she assembled it.
I will go and
Clever bitch.
I will go and try to stop Cephas from leaving eventually.
Okay, you want a conversation with Kefis.
I'd like to
He
actually
will be slow to go. All right. Like I said, you probably got like 15 more minutes before the first dance starts. Inos, when do you want to swoop in and make a move?
So it's like 15 minutes to the first dance.
Yeah, you probably want to start getting on cards.
All right. Well, like I need to set the stage here. Is it like the guys on one side, ladies on another? Is everyone just kind of spread out? Is the princess in some sort of notable location?
Yes, actually, the princess would be seated, reclining near her mother, so kind of probably at the center of the room where the queen is. You know, you would have seen her when you were formally introduced. She's sitting with her, lady in waiting, Paloma Espada. There's a couple of queens guard around. She, by the way, is absolutely beautifully dressed. Perfectly pure white gown with red, gold, purple, and sable accents.
Oh.
Fully kitted out in jewelry, tiara, necklace, earrings, etc. And so, so she's, seated right near the queen, so it is definitely in the center of the room. I wouldn't say it's probably exactly segregated by gender, but probably mostly by social circles. You'll notice that similar to the breakfast this morning, a lot of people are falling into their,
So it's all cliques.
classical cliques.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
that will probably get a little more muddled as time goes on with the dancing, but yeah, right now it's still like everybody's kind of sticking to themselves, except for obviously, Ainara Espada built the League of Nations earlier.
all right. Well, no.
The Legion of Doom.
Good for her. I was happy to be part
My
of it.
fucking real life Lucky, my heart is pounding right now, so I'm gonna take that emotion and go with it. So Inos will start like strong, powerful slides. I want my heels to fucking click on the. I don't know actually what was on this floor. What is this floor?
Probably wood panel if it's a ballroom. I don't think you want to dance on a soft carpet.
It's true. I was thinking it was gonna be like some sort of stone. I don't know, but strong steps. I want people to hear Inos walk.
We can get you some marble.
Yeah, thank you.
Marble's much more dramatic than hardwood panel.
Thank you. I appreciate. We are in the capital. We should have marble.
Yeah.
All right, but
oh, by the way, like again, this is Lampclair, like huge fucking banners with all the sigils of the great houses everywhere. This is the Twilight Ballroom, so it's like delicately lit by crystal chandeliers. It's great. All right, you clack upon.
I clack upon towards the what do I want to call
Princess
that?
Estelle?
I don't know. The princess of the clique. I don't know what to call it actually. The queen realm, the queen
The
zone,
royal family?
the royal family, the royal family.
Zone works. Yeah.
The Queen Zone. Freddie Mercury will descend upon the dance floor.
He'd be amazing.
Don't stop
Here
me
we are,
now.
born to be king,
Don't.
princes of the universe.
But as
But
he strides purposely, confidently, dangerously even, he is going to throw back his veil and lock eyes with the princess.
She seems not like pleasantly surprised or shocked, but is definitely like, because you were in the carriage with her, she's definitely like, whoa.
Excellent.
You are, the second level of beauty, the 3-point advantage. So she's just like, oh
no.
damn, I wasn't expecting that.
Oh no, he's hot.
All right.
Oh no.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead and please roll me your choice. Charm plus Fascinate or Charm plus Graces.
Ooh, no, I like Fascinate.
I either want this to go amazingly or poorly. No in between.
I want it to go so fucking amazingly. Everyone's like, "Oh my fucking god, I can't stop that up."
Sadly, there was
Well,
no
that'll probably
gift
be the
version of
dance.
it, but just picturing the Prince of Longling NP.
Yeah.
It is kind of that way, yeah. All right, 17-10, don't fail me now.
Also, isn't this a charm roll? So you set it. Well, it's if you make a match.
Yeah, it
you
makes
set
it. It just goes up. The height goes to 7. But
8s and 10s and 3 1s.
oh no!
Holy
Wait, with the
shit!
3 1s,
All
the 3 1s,
matches.
the 3 1 go up to 7.
Yes, that would become a 3x7. Technically, because this isn't time concerned, the 10s are your best.
I mean, I'll take the
Yeah.
10s.
Yeah, no. So Inos, you boldly clunk, 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 clunk. Stride across. You humbly sweep off the veil as you bow deep. Take the princess's hand. Give her a gentle greeting, moi. And it's like, Princess Estelle, might I have your first dance? And she's just like, honestly, she's probably a little floored. She's the princess. She's used to luxury. You're fucking hot. And, she was probably prepared to, like, beat back a few suitors, probably, and just like after a brief moment, she has to like fan herself with her dance card. And it's just like, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure, Sir Inos. And she makes a great big show of, penciling it in. By the way, I feel like before she says yes, there's a brief moment where the crowd is perfectly silent. Even Albrecht Sipos is like gesturing, like, pack it in, hold the note. And then she says yes, and there's just like, and just, the music comes up just a little bit. Perfect note.
I want to. Where's
This guy
Inara?
was just like, nailed it.
Where's Inara in a spot? I want to have eye contact with her, like gesture, and be like, "I told you so." Like politely.
She's probably standing by the punch bowl and just kind of like, you catch eyes with her, you gesture, and she just kind of like nods approvingly. She like under the arm of her coat, she sneaks you a thumbs up. Like you didn't realize she'd studied the Logesh technique.
You fuck.
All right.
Sorry, I don't think my mic picked up on me laughing.
I heard
picked
a
up
bit.
a
Took
little
a
bit of
little bit of it. All right.
I figured out what was going on. Yeah.
All right. So now actually now do I just like separate and just wait for the dance? I suppose.
Yes, probably. You probably want to stay close, but you're penciled in. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I'll do. I will make my I will give my gracious thanks, and I will just stand by, to the side, clearly.
Yeah, of course. Open for conversation.
Yes.
By the way, you would also note, in addition to the Princess Estelle's, dress, Paloma Espada, she's a little young for the dance, but she is the queen's, not the queen's, the princess's lady in waiting, her attendant. So she's here as well. She's in a modest but very respectable, red velvet evening gown with blue sashes. Inos, you are probably the closest for this. Make me your choice of a sight or hearing roll.
Well, they're gonna be the same because I don't have either.
Excellent. Cool. So Enos is just locked in the first dance of the night. Anybody else wanna block it in?
I have 2 cents, right?
Oh. I need to
Alice's
make,
mic loudly picks up as he's about to go first.
No, I need to make a dice roll. Hold on.
He's thinking.
Okay.
He's gotta think
For
himself.
what?
Didn't think so.
To randomly
Willpower.
determine things.
Well, I'm actually gonna write this down. My dance card. One.
Sorry, I
princess.
So flabbergasted by that whole exchange in the previous scene, I forgot. Is Agave Cheval?
Here? Yes.
Okay, whoa. Logesh will try to ask her for her first dance.
Oh, a bold choice, Sarah. Alrighty. Okay. Agave Cheval, dressed similar to the young equestrian style you saw with Ika Wayland. Long frock coat, dark purple sash over it, riding boots. She is wearing breeches, but has an equestrian belt on. But she's got, necktie and gloves. Cuts a dashing figure. As you approach Logesh, you can see very briefly, she is speaking with Second Prince Menas. He appears to be attempting to ask her for a dance, But you can overhear saying, just out of courtesy to my brother, of course, he cannot be here. It would be remiss of me not to take a chance. And, she's studying her card and is just like, well, Your Highness, I'm sure something could come up. And then, Logesh pops up.
Surprise, motherfucker.
She's, pleasantly surprised. Are you just gonna, be like, hey, let's dance?
Well, funny enough, I'm not so good at it, but I know Logesh does have the points for it. I'm not very good with the roleplay, but I do have Charm 2 and Graces 2, so I'd like to, as Logesh, my lady, would you do me the honor of letting me be your first dance for the evening?
All right. Roll Charm plus Graces. But do know that I am not necessarily requiring a match for this. I just want to see how polite you are.
Fuck. High 9.
High. Okay. You manage a reasonably polite response, and honestly, Logesh, you're a reasonably smart guy. Logesh is probably self-aware enough to realize that you probably did not do the bestest attempt at asking for a dance, but
Yes.
Lady Cheval does say, I suppose I should be delighted.
Oh.
Yes, I'll pencil you in. And, takes out her card and scribbles you in for the first.
I bow. Thank you for this honor.
And then says, after a pause, she, double checks some things and says, Your Highness, it is not required, but I would be remiss to turn down a courtesy dance. Perhaps you should find some time in the 4th? Something quicker? Prince Menace kind of pauses, kind of tilts his head, kind of gives you an aside glance, Logesh. Kind of
Son of a
nods and
bitch.
says, that would be perfectly all right with me, my lady. Excuse me. I shall get some punch and look for a dance partner for the first dance. Oh, wait. The prince
Wait.
dramatically turns. His coattails.
After he leaves, I'll give another small nod of my head towards Agav and just be like, hope it didn't put you in a sticky situation.
Think nothing of it, Lord Logi.
As you wish.
Now, where has my brother gone to? And she starts craning her head around to make sure
Good old
Hector isn't
Hector.
getting into trouble. Also, yes, Leslok told Konrad at least.
And Konrad was with Inos. Okay.
Yeah, I told both of you guys that I hyped you both up. If I had.
Oh
a
yeah,
chance.
no. I think Axe did mention in chat he hyped you both up.
Okay.
And
But yes, first dance impressions. Anybody else taking first dances? Oh, yes, thank you.
Actually, I promised I, so might as well go with it. Where?
Let me go over my notes.
Oh, if Conrad's not making a bold choice, I think I know where his first dance might go.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've already
Okay, sorry.
I've already departed, started my legend, so I cannot help.
None of the Forest Sisters are here, so I can't try that. So I'll have to think something else.
I mean, we
I
have
would probably do what I
like if someone doesn't ask Lucy or Ike for a dance, I'm gonna be very cross with one of you.
I will. I just.
To be fair, Lucky,
Hmm.
they were gonna be my first choice, but then I said, "Fuck it, let's be bold," and then I'll probably will go seek them out later.
It's like
Logesh saw Enos be bold and was like, "All right, let's be bold."
Okay,
Wait.
I want to point this out because I have this note from last week, from over the week break. Someone told me not to ask Lucy for their first dance.
Yeah, I know. I changed my mind.
I'm just saying. I have a
I wanna
reason.
go-
It's true. Enos did send mixed messages.
I did.
Think about.
I
think
did,
about
but
Lucky
then
as if
Also,
Gotta
I
improvise.
already told y'all who I was going to ask for the first dance.
If I ask Paloma, is it a bad look if I want to do it as I promised I would do it?
Paloma?
No. Paloma Espada.
No, it should be fine.
Yeah, Paloma Espada.
Yeah, it should
The
be fine.
attendant.
I don't think
the
anybody's
lady waiting to the.
blocked her out for the first one.
I offered the tutor as like to make it simple, but I probably say more genuine than that.
Maketh your graces roll.
Also, point of order. I said I fight you. I didn't say you couldn't.
And was press roll.
Yes.
That would be the most least climactic fight of all time. Two people with body one.
Body one, like I'll pick up a sword and be like, I'll just faint on the couch.
You run into each other and then fall apart like Legos.
Well, the problem is Nicola at least has fight.
So is it
Also
considered? So
Oh, shit.
I want to ask Omega a social question.
Yeah.
Is it considered bad form to have a same-sex dance as your first dance on your dance card?
I
Would it
did
be
want to ask that.
bad form? I don't think so. Like I said, it may raise some questions again, depending on who's supposed to be leading. But
So would the person in the lead be considered that of higher social standing?
I mean, probably yeah.
Okay, then I know what I'm gonna do. I will approach Ostermarin.
Mhm.
Is that right? The right name?
Axe, you should,
Yes.
hold on. Axe, you need to put the expert before you roll.
I know. I was saying it as I rolled. I figured it off.
I highly doubt that.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
It's okay. You got 2 2s. It doesn't. It's fine.
3 2s.
3 2s actually.
Oh, right. Sorry, 3 2s. I'm reading wrong.
He
He's
dances
fine.
fast.
Or the
Speed.
5s
Sorry,
would
races
matter. It's
fast.
fine. Yeah. Yeah. You should probably type in when you do.
Yeah, I'll just type
one
before it.
space and just do ed, etc. Sorry. After we do the first dance, we're probably gonna have to call it a night because it's.
I will say that I asked
4 and
Cephas to
40
be my
hours
fourth.
and I'm running out of boost.
I did ask Cephas to be
Understandable.
my fourth. To make that.
That's fine.
Anyway,
But yeah, I will approach Ostermarin.
Yes, Oster. Yes, Oster is the male twin. Aquila is the.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to be approaching both of them by the end of the night. But because spoiler, two people that I was going to, or one person that I was going to ask for a dance is not here.
Yes.
Um,
Also, funny story. I mean, the twins are currently together anyway. They have not strayed far from that little ring you, Einar Espada pull Leslok into, and are still having a enthusiastic, I would not say heated discussion
Debate.
about they're still muttering something about Leslok returned to the party, so you would have heard. They seem to still be trying to figure out who's going to make their first attempt to dance with the crown princess. Come on, you blockhead. Well, you got 2 left feet. Clearly you should go first so I can save us from embarrassment. No, Aquila, that's not how it works. You should go first, set a standard, and then if I bollocks it up, nobody will pay any attention. And then they realize that Nico's approaching and they kind of straighten up, just yes. We're cool.
my lord Marin, would you do? Sorry. Yeah, no, my lord Marin, would you do me the honor of giving me your first dance?
Make your choice of graces or fascinate.
This would be Grace.
Okay.
Also with Beauty 5, so.
Can you
Well, maybe
imagine
you
if he
height
says,
5.
"No, I'm
Which
going
is
to roll
beauty
Bleed
1.
instead"?
No, actually, we discussed this.
Please give it that. No,
Beauty 1.5.
I'm not gonna do
Subtle beauty is 1.5.
Yeah.
I think it goes 3, 7, 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
subtle
can you let
beauty
me
is 5,
raise you
so.
up?
please.
Please. No, I'm not gonna. I'm never gonna do that.
It's a grace.
Despite
It's
having
normal.
plead, this is never the situation for it.
No,
never wants you.
no.
No, plead is for when if I was with Enos during his conversation with the guards, I would have been like, "Please, can you let Enos go out?"
Well, I did
Fair.
try plead. I just wasn't able to do it.
No, you don't have the extra juice.
I do
for
not.
it.
It's the
You don't have the deer, the kitten eyes, but so Graces.
Charm plus graces.
I do
Oh,
have one
plus
in lie
prisons.
and jest. If I need to tell jokes, I'm there. Let's go! Look at that shit!
He doesn't even need an 8s, baby.
Yeah.
Oster kind of coughs and he's like, well, that's very, and then he stops short as his sister puts a heel on his foot and just, my brother would be delighted, wouldn't you, Oster? Of course. I have not arranged a first dance. 2 gentlemen can dance together. It's perfectly normal.
I
He's
shall
suddenly
follow
way more
your-
formal.
I shall follow your lead, my lord.
Of course, yes. I know what I'm doing. You don't have any
I'm
empathy,
going
but
to
you
make
can
this man
see
look-
the quick. He does the quick telegraph. Sister, save me! And Aquilamarin is like, no,
Nah.
perish.
No.
Perish.
I like these two. I'm sorry. They have completely won me over.
It is the most sibling thing ever, and I love it.
I feel like you guys have probably between Leslok and now Nicola, you've probably seen enough of the twins to know that like it's not that they hate your guts or anything. It's just that
It's like a sports rivalry.
clearly there's some kind of vibe between their mom and your dad, and like
Yeah.
they don't really want to get into it, but like it's funny. You would say they're probably not like rebellious teenagers, so like they would not necessarily want to be like, well, mom doesn't think House Logi are cool, so we think they're cool. It's more like, well, mom doesn't think House Logi is cool, so maybe they're not so cool.
Yeah. But no, I'm gonna give this boy some confidence.
You are indeed gonna riz him up. Okay. And I believe that means the only person who hasn't got a partner for dance number 1 is Konrad. Konrad, are you going hunting?
I
Or
don't
you
know
go
which
into-
one
Do
to
it.
pick.
Do it.
Well, luckily, choice is taken
You
from
are
me as
hunting.
I feel like Ika and Lucy are probably trying to have a polite like, okay, well the lads have no, she wouldn't. Ika's not so crass as to swear, but they've scooted off, out of character. They fucked off, you know.
It buggered off.
So you know we're trying to figure out some stuff when Lady Ainara Espada steps up. She's like, young Lord Logi, pleasure to see you again. Your
Pleasure to see
lord
you as
brother
well.
was just saying to me that he believes that of the two of you, you are a better dancer. I would love if you would be so kind as to ask me for this first dance.
I love
So that
it.
I
For
may
you
test your
to ask
skills.
me.
Yes, welcome to Ainara Espada.
Oh.
What are social conventions?
You gotta. I don't think I'm gonna get to it tonight. I'd really love for a conversation for this to come up with Ainara Espada, but I can tell you guys right now, her vibe is that as the second child of a great house, she doesn't actually have the expectations of the heir, but also you guys know that she's basically the heir because her brother is, you know, kind of a
Agreed.
depressive guy who's not very popular. So, like, she's basically bulletproof. The only
Well-
person who can be sassy to her is, like,
Her brother and her
her
parents.
brother. And
Paloma?
I can tell you for a fact, Ainara Espada welcomes that day.
The day my brother
so,
stops being emo.
like, yes, her, you know, her dad is, you know, in charge of her and so on, but, like, what's he gonna do? Get another second kid? You know, like,
And isn't she like really like successful?
yes, she's a well-known duelist. Like, she's popular as well. Her temperament is much more what the stereotype of House Espada is. They are supposed to be, you know, disciplined, but also like razor sharp sword, razor sharp wit type. They are, you know, think a lot of like classical stereotypes of the hot-blooded Spaniard.
I kind of love that each one of the house leads has one member that is kind of stereotypical in like a fun way.
Yeah, they're vibing.
I've become that. I've become
But
the
yes,
bright
so
star.
So Conrad will reply.
Yeah.
He's gonna act like she didn't just ask him that.
perfect, good.
Smart.
Ah, Lady Nara Espada, would you honor me with the first dance of this evening?
I would be delighted.
And I kind of hold my hand out, waiting for her hand.
Yeah, she makes sure to you know actually like type you in on the card, but yes.
Very good.
I feel like
Wait, how does the card situation end up with me and how does that do?
nobody needs to write out a card. It's not like you're blocked in, so
Yeah.
you just dance. The
I-
dance card thing is for pre-planning. Technically, like I will make a note. You know, like Logesh returns after his invite to make sure that Ika and Lucy are you know pencil in for like seconds and thirds so they can pre-write. Since you guys have dispersed, I'm pretty sure that seeing Nicola's power move, Aiko Wayland is gonna be like, well, Lucy, our gents have abandoned us, so there's only one thing to do. Will you allow me your first dance? You know, like she's just gonna slap
Yes.
like fuck
Okay,
it.
sick.
That's exactly what I wanted to
Ball.
happen.
Only the once.
I win.
But I would now like, because the first dance starts, they probably start you with something soft and slow. I would like everybody who is dancifying to make me your coordination plus dance. Do not forget your bonus dice from.
I swear to God, if this fucks
Enos'
up,
teaching.
I'm gonna be so
I
got
mad.
got
try
fucking 8 dice for
okay.
this. I better get something goddamn amazing.
That is the +1, right?
Yeah, +1 plus my mission to
Cool.
successfully socially debut.
Yes. You get the rest of you get +2.
Unfortunately,
You did it!
I don't think this is considered personal combat, so my desire
did
doesn't come to play.
Woo! 4s, baby. We're winning.
baby.
We're
Let's go,
living.
Axe.
Woo!
High five, brother.
Ooh.
Lives.
Enos,
Holy shit!
Enos, you literally you attract fucking everyone.
All right, good. 2 6s, 2 8s. I can do that.
All right, two
His
eights.
beauty-
2 8s, good.
Would his beauty apply for this one for Enos?
No, it's a perform roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
You
coordination.
guys
it's not
can't
charm.
see it. I'm clapping my hands off screen.
Yeah,
with
no,
these
I
rolls.
did the fucking like it's good kick gesture with my hands. Like, so this is welcome everybody, House Logi, where like 80% of you could not run a race. Well, that's not true. You could run the race, but you know what I mean. Like,
We got
you guys
8th
have
place.
just come from the foot race where you guys were
Decimated.
begrudgingly lower placed. You know, none of you showed up to the joust. You guys literally skipped town. Not town, but you know what I mean. And, you know, the morning with Enos, though, is not forgotten on the horse. And you guys are fucking killing it out here.
If I'm not getting this right, the +2 die saved everybody.
It
It
does
did.
look like it, yes.
Yes. I mean,
My
that's the
little
point.
last 2 dice are the +2.
Yeah. So, Logesh, you will start in the order these were rolled. Logesh, you find that you are not as good a dancer as Lady Cheval. She is very coordinated, very graceful. Knows a thing about it too about a step. You know, she actually throws in a couple of cool heel clicks, you know, in there. She got her riding boots on. But you remember enough about what Enos taught you. Again, you know, you're not a fool. You're not a foolish man. You understand the moves. You follow the rhythm. You stick together for a perfectly standard dance, which is honestly probably a lot better than people were expecting from.
Yes. Better than what I was expecting for myself,
Yeah,
honestly.
no. So you have successfully locked it in.
Cheval was a
You
good
know.
partner.
Lady Cheval
Yeah.
takes part of the bow at the end, and you're good. All right, Leslok. You know, you ask the younger Espada. You know, you go for a polite slow dance. She's probably like a head shorter than you, so you got to be a little careful.
Play slow to like go. I let her set the pace because
Yeah.
she's smaller, so it's like
You are a conscientious dance partner. No bad steps are had, and again, considering that you don't, on paper anyway, don't know how to dance.
I've seen them do it. I've just never practiced before.
Yeah, no, like you're not foreign to the concept of dancing, but you've never been formally trained. You had a crash course this afternoon, and you remember the steps that Enos taught you. Good job, thumbs up.
Enos is a good teacher.
Yeah, he is. He is a good teacher. As evidence for the fact, Inos of the Iron Demons, child of the Dragon Spikes, you are killing it on this dance floor. Am I right in assuming, Enos, that you would probably, even though this is a very mild, slow dance to start, you want to jazz this up a
Yes,
little?
I am totally gonna jazz this up.
No
All
one's
right.
gonna top you. Like holy shit.
I mean, you know, height still matters, but 4 5s is a pretty baller roll.
Like, I'm pretty
very
sure,
rare to
like,
see
I'm
naturally.
pretty sure that the princess is probably caught off guard and a bit flustered, but I basically
Yes.
guide her through it so she can stay with me.
Yeah, no. She
She's
can
a pirouette at some
she is
point.
actually a pretty quick on the uptake and manages to keep up with you. Though it's hard because again, 4 5s. And you absolutely, like I said, throw some extra riz on there. You throw in a couple of spins. You go for a big dip that probably, if you were a lesser man, would have obliterated your poor bones.
Oh man, no! After this night, I might go for I might go again.
Like, no, you, and like when you guys finish on the final note, perfectly dramatically timed to the music, definitely Alberek Sipos was not orchestrating things to keep up with your pace. You guys should probably take a break between dances to talk to this poor guy. You're doing great work for his dramatic effect here. But he's trying his hardest to keep up with you. And like there is a smattering of polite applause from the other dancers and even the people who did not grab Dan's first block.
Okay.
Nicola, you know how to dance. You're good at this.
Yes.
You do a pretty good job, and in fact, you got double sets. So the fact that I'm pretty sure Ostermaren would not have rolled a set.
You rolled for him.
No, yeah. My entire goal of this is probably to try and make him look good.
Yes. And yeah, despite the fact that you have a disability, that does not directly interfere with the steps, but people have to watch hand placement and moves and stuff. You cut a perfectly fine, high quality dance. All the steps are in tune. And again, you're able to, despite the fact that you put Oster in the leading position, you are actually able to get him to look also like he knows how to dance.
Excellent.
If Akila Marin could get away with wolf whistling, she would. But we're in a social function; she can't. But definitely.
I imagine his look is torn between semi-pride and confusion.
Yes, he's definitely like, okay, good. Holy shit, I can dance. Except I can't really dance. This guy's way better at dancing than me. Damn.
Well, Oster at least got a pair of sixes. Of the
Yeah, effectively,
courtesy.
he did. He can try. And Konrad, last but certainly not least, also with eights going. Yes, you are actually able to dance once again perfectly well, quite well even, with Ainara Espada. And you actually managed to pick up your own pace that you technically keep the lead position in the dance.
Yeah.
Because absolutely, if you bollocks it up, Ainara would probably like switch it up on you. But she's actually quite impressed, and at the end she's just like, You are an excellent dancer, Lord Pokey.
I'm so
As are
happy
you.
I'm not full of hot air.
You did good.
We have not made a liar out
Your
of you.
brother's recommendation is perfectly well. I believe I would ask for you then to well, definitely after that, as she sees Inos go for like a spin into a dip. Well, definitely after that, I want to give you some breathing room. The sixth slot, perhaps. Yeah, and you guys kill it with an excellent dance. And I think we will wrap up, and maybe you guys can circle up and talk about stuff next session, because we've almost crossed 5 hours of recording. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm running out of gas.
I just image.
Nope, let him finish. Let's finish. Then we can talk.
Yeah, if it's a thought that's not important to the recording, it's fine. I was taking a big gulp of water though, so I wasn't saying anything. But I will
I'll
wrap.
do one second.
Like this, comment this, subscribe this, or else
This.
this.
This will become that.
I've been doing this for 5 hours. Sorry if I'm not the most eloquent. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time for more dancing and more contestery.
Yeah.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Hey.
Right.